Welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. This hour, we're just minutes away from the first polls closing as voters in 6 states pick their candidates for the midterms. Some of the biggest races tonight down in Florida, where the contest to replace Governor Ron DeSantis has set off a nasty Republican fight, and Democratic Socialists hoping to make gains. We're live on the campaign trail in just moments. Also, the head of Customs and Border Protection is down in Texas right now meeting with officials about the controversial border projects inside Big Bend National Park. That construction was paused last night amid major backlash. A Republican sheriff who's part of today's meeting and opposes the construction project joins us live ahead. And defense attorneys for Lindsay Clancy calling their first witnesses today after prosecutors rested their case against the mother accused of killing her 3 young children. The witnesses describing Clancy as a caring nurse and a loving mother who was turned away multiple times when she tried to get help for postpartum psychosis. The latest from the courtroom tonight. The Lead tonight, it's Primary Tuesday in America with races in California, Wyoming, and Alaska. But the first polls are set to close next hour in the most watched races across the state of Florida. Tonight's slew of crowded House races features some controversial names on the ballot. In moments, we're going to check in on the Democratic primary where former Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, who resigned in April amid a slew of ethics violations, is facing off against Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who's trying to pull off a win in a brand new district, because tonight is the first set of contests under Governor Ron DeSantis' redistricted congressional map in Florida. It's been designed to hand the Republican Party 4 additional seats this November. Statewide, Congressman Byron Donalds is the heavy favorite in the governor's race in the Republican side, locking up the coveted Trump endorsement. But what story will the margins tell if Donalds does, in fact, win? CNN's Steve Contorno is at Donalds' headquarters in Orlando. CNN's Randy Kay is at Wasserman Schultz headquarters in Tamarack. Steve Contorno, to you first. Tell us what the energy is like among Byron Donalds' supporters right now.
Well, Jake, just to set the scene for you here in Orlando, we are in a convention center room, a rather large one, in a resort next door to the Universal theme park. It couldn't have been cheap, and that is a sign of just how confident this campaign is going into election night, a confidence that they have projected all throughout this race ever since Donalds was endorsed back in February of 2025 by President Donald Trump. He has not debated any of his opponents in this race. He has really been looking ahead to a potential one-on-one matchup in the general election against David Jolly, a former Republican congressman turned Democrat who is expected to proceed from the Democratic Party tonight as well. Now, talking to voters, though, today throughout the Orlando area, I would say I was somewhat surprised how little Trump's endorsement they said was a factor in their decision today. Take a listen.
It's false and I'm innocent. And I think everybody's seen it because so many people in the community say what happened to you in ethics was unjust. And we see it and we're not.
How much did President Trump's endorsement factor for you?
It didn't this time. I listened to a guy on the radio several times, sound like a smart guy, and so I didn't follow my Trumpster today.
The president, I won't even say he strongly influences me. I might look at that first, but I look at all the candidates and try to research the whole group of them, what they're offering.
Now, Donalds is set to face 2 close allies of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the Lieutenant Governor of the state, Jay Collins, as well as a former House Speaker, Paul Renner. But notably, DeSantis did not endorse either of those candidates. In fact, he hasn't endorsed a successor at all. He's just been kind of undermining all the candidates from the sidelines. And also in this race, and something that Republicans will be closely watching, is how well James Fishback performs. He is that insurgent provocateur who has ran a race-baiting campaign against Donalds. He's been a problem for Republicans, and they'll be closely watching how big of a problem he will be after election night with his support today.
And Randy, you've been talking to voters and candidates today in the 20th Congressional District. What are they saying about the race?
Well, Jake, it's interesting because they've been watching it closely because this may be Debbie Wasserman Schultz's 12th race, but this is the first time she's running in the 20th district here in Florida. And this is a historically black district. For more than 30 years, they've had a lawmaker hold the seat who is a black lawmaker. So she is the only white candidate in this primary facing off against 4 black candidates. So we spoke with some voters, and they said that race doesn't really matter to them, those that we spoke with. They said that they want someone who's reliable and who can win in November. They described her supporters at least, said that she's consistent, reliable, and she gets things done. Now, we also spoke with Sheila Trefulis McCormick, who is one of her opponents. She has been very critical of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She's accused her of district shopping, trying to find a safe district, a more democratic new district that she can win in. And I asked her how she feels about running against Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and she said to me, "I'm not running against her. This is my district. She's running against us." I also asked her about running for her seat against, and she had resigned because of that ethics investigation. I asked her how she feels about that, and here's what she told me.
It's false and I'm innocent. And I think everybody's seen it because so many people in the community say what happened to you in ethics was unjust. And we see it and we're not going to stand for it because they know exactly what this is. This is removing their voice. It's now someone else from a different district is coming in, which feels more pressure and more attack on our voice and our vote. So this election is much more to us than just a regular election.
Now, Trefulis McCormick, Jake, also told me that Debbie Wasserman Schultz is not a part of this community in Florida's 20th district. She said what they need here, what these voters need, is reinvestment, and they need to elect one of their own. Jake?
CNN's Randy Kay and Steve Contorno in Florida. Thanks to both of you. Here with me now is Mark Caputo, senior political reporter with Axios, also from Florida, the original Florida man, if I'm not mistaken.
Florida.
So, Mark, I want to start with these House races we're seeing. You write today, quote, "These campaigns featured carpetbaggers, racial conflict, homophobia, struggling socialists, anti-Semitism, and even a scandal-plagued member of Congress slapped with a restraining order. It's like Florida man is having his own election right now," said a Republican political consultant. Is this is this an unusual slate of crazy for Florida? Because we're used to crazy from Florida.
Yeah, I think Florida decided, you know what, like it's time to boil some rabbits, like Len Close and Fatal Attraction, and get really wild. I mean, the anti-Semitism there, admittedly, to criticize myself, I sort of undersold it. I'm talking about this manosphere influencer turned candidate.
Oh, Balzerian?
Dan Bilzerian.
Literally pro-Hitler in his ad.
Released an AI ad saying maybe the Austrian painter was right, essentially. I mean, as someone who's accustomed to all types of oddity and sort of the modern art weirdness of Florida, that was just on another level.
Yeah, pretty disgusting. He's running in the primary against Randy Fine. Right. No stranger himself to
incendiary statements.
Pretty hideous statements. Certainly not pro-Hitler, though. Florida's 19th district, we covered this briefly yesterday, it's packed with carpetbaggers. It's packed with people who ran for office in different states, ranging from Illinois to New York. They're attempting comebacks. Trump threw his weight behind somebody named Catalina Lauf. Do you think that that's going to win the day?
I'm told, and it's consistent with Trump's pattern, that he made this endorsement late because the case was made to him that she was surging and likely to win.
Right.
And arguably, though, polling is very difficult in primaries, especially in a multi-candidate race like this. Not a lot of known people. The endorsement of Trump could certainly help her. So he can, with a straight face, take a measure of credit for it, but he wasn't going to throw away his endorsement on someone he thought was a loser.
When you look toward November at these statewide races, the governor's race, the Senate race, where Republicans are heavily favored, even if it is a blue wave election, which I think a lot of people think it will be, will that impact Florida at all?
I mean, it'll impact Florida. Probably you'll see it in state legislative races, state house, state senate, where Republican margins might come down a bit. But the legislature redrew a lot of the districts. One of the reasons you're seeing some of the craziness, like Jared Moskowitz having to run in a new district, Debbie Wasserman Schultz moving a district, is because they were redrawn. On the map right now, it's a 20 Republican to 8 Democrat spread in the 28 seats in the U.S. House. Under this map, if you had sort of a more typical year, you could see that 20-member Republican conference in Florida grow to 24, and the Democrats shrink from 8 to 4.
Man.
So that could make a real difference. But Moskowitz of them is in one of those Republican performing seats. If a Democrat is going to win in November in that seat, it's going to be a guy like
Going to be Moskowitz. One House incumbent in Florida was notably snubbed for a Trump endorsement.
Yes.
Congressman Corey Mills. Governor DeSantis also says he doesn't support him. Mills, as we've covered on the show before, he's under investigation by the Ethics Committee over allegations of assaulting a woman, threatening to revenge porn, basically, to disseminate sexually explicit images of a different woman. He denies any wrongdoing. Is he going to make it to November?
10 days ago, a top Republican involved in President Trump's political operation was like, yeah, Mills is probably going to win. Before I wrote this story in Axios that ran today, so yesterday, that same one told me, yeah, I think Mills is going to lose. And they think the winner there, again, they think, I'm not saying it's a case, Ryan Elijah used to be a TV host, a local TV host, so he has a certain amount of name ID in the district, and they seem to think that he's got a much better shot of beating Mills.
You and I are old enough to remember when Florida was a battleground state.
Oh, yeah.
When Florida had Democratic governors, Florida had Democratic senators. Is that gone? Is that
It's gone for now.
for now?
Yeah, the 2018 blue wave notably broke in Florida, right? They didn't win. You had Andrew Gillum, a sensation at the time,
Yeah.
and he lost by half a point to DeSantis. DeSantis only won by half a point. And then Rick Scott beat Bill Nelson by less than a quarter of a point. Like, that was a close election, but nevertheless, the blue wave broke. And that also sort of broke the spirit of Democrats and their faith in winning Florida.
They've never had a strong Democratic Party in Florida as long as I can remember. But also, I think you have to give credit to DeSantis for the kind of governance he was doing and also the party building he did.
The party building that he did, but remember, DeSantis is in the house that Trump built. And in Florida, they're all in the house that Jeb Bush built.
Yeah.
Jeb Bush's changes to the Republican Party and to the tax structure of Florida, which incentivized essentially Republican supervoters. Hey, move to Florida. You don't have to pay taxes on your stocks and bonds, retirement tax, or any of that. That's really, if you go back, that 1998 race where Jeb Bush first becomes governor, that really changes the trajectory.
A Jeb Bush reference, if you're out there playing Florida drinking games. Drink. Mark Caputo, thanks so much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
man.
it. Always good to
Appreciate
have you. Much more on tonight's crucial primary elections ahead, including a race we're watching closely in Alaska, of all places. Republican Senator Dan Sullivan is fighting off a challenge from Dan Sullivan. Could this confusion put the GOP-held seat in jeopardy? Plus, my next guest is demanding answers from the Pentagon about how they are supporting or not supporting the service members on board the USS Abraham Lincoln amid its record-setting deployment. Has he gotten any response, the senator? We'll talk to him next. We have some breaking news in our world lead. New CNN reporting says that President Trump told top administration envoys today to stop conversations with Iran. This, according to a U.S. official. A source says White House officials have recently communicated to political allies that they are shifting their strategy, going from hammer Iran ASAP to strangle them over time. Meanwhile, lawmakers are still raising concerns about reports of dwindling supplies and low morale on the USS Abraham Lincoln. Reports that Trump calls fake. Joining us to discuss is Senator Richard Blumenthal, Democrat of Connecticut. He's on the Senate Armed Services Committee. Senator, we're going to talk about the Abraham Lincoln in a moment, but first, I want to get your reaction to Trump's new approach to stop all conversations with Iran and strangle them over time.
We've heard for some time these reports that he might try to disengage from diplomacy. I think it's another indication that he has reached a strategic dead end. He has involved this nation in a seemingly endless, costly war, just as the Abraham Lincoln is on an endless, seemingly indefinite deployment with no plan for exit. And the idea that he will strangle Iran seems pretty magical thinking, because right now the costs of this war in everything from gas to groceries are affecting the world and the United States maybe more than Iran. So he's playing a dangerous game of chicken.
Back to the USS Abraham Lincoln, you sent a letter to the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the Acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Cao, demanding answers about the Lincoln's deployment and how the Pentagon is supporting the service members on board. Have you gotten any response?
No response, unless you count the president saying they should have been deployed longer. They've already been at sea a record 9 months without setting foot on land, or unless you credit Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, saying, in effect, they don't have any hardships, denying and dismissing the problems. The fact of the matter is, I talked literally just today to a mom telling me how her daughter on the Abraham Lincoln is without toothpaste and soap, clean water, enough food, all kinds of basic necessities. And her job on that aircraft carrier is to load those planes with the heavy ordnance that they deliver on their missions, bombing targets relating to Iran. Tough, stressful, dangerous work, and she's under just tremendous mental stress. Just one example of the 5,000 sailors on that ship who are not getting the kind of responsible leadership they deserve. They expect hardship when they serve and sacrifice for our country, but not hardship that's magnified by incompetent leadership.
The Japan-based USS George Washington is supposed to be heading to the Middle East to relieve the USS Abraham Lincoln. When is that aircraft carrier group expected to arrive?
Nobody knows. We've been given no definite date. And when I say nobody knows, probably someone has estimates about when that aircraft carrier will arrive from Japan. It's underway right now. It's been at sea already for 90 days, which means it's well on its way to another potential record deployment. But we've left the Far East without any aircraft carrier group, which sends a message to China. That aircraft carrier group is based in Japan, right under China's nose. China's watching, and it just shows again how this war has made America less safe.
Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, thanks for your time, sir.
Thank you.
The head of Customs and Border Protection is down in Texas right now, confronting growing outrage over border construction in Big Bend National Park. Joining us next, a Republican sheriff who just met with that border official. Breaking news in our national lead, a meeting between the Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection and local officials in Texas has just ended. At issue are plans to build border security infrastructure in Big Bend National Park. Now, you might know this. Tensions escalated last week when federal contractors broke ground in Big Bend National Park to build these access roads. But yesterday, all construction work in Big Bend was put on hold. Critics say the construction's unnecessary. They point to the park's remote, rugged terrain, which they argue already makes cross-border access quite difficult. Joining us now to discuss is Thaddeus Cleveland, Sheriff of Terrell County, Texas. Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us. Before you were sheriff, you spent 26 years with Border Patrol. From your experience, is this construction in Big Bend National Park necessary for border security?
Howdy, Jake. Great to be on with you. And I can tell you, after spending 26 years as a Border Patrol agent, 4 years as a border sheriff now, and being a native of this area, I believe in border security, and I believe in building barriers where barriers work. And Big Bend National Park is not a place, or Big Bend State Park, where we need barriers. We do have those God-made barriers you spoke of. And look, we have advanced technology we're using on the border that I use every day in my duties as sheriff, working with Border Patrol, that detect people, that track people, and doesn't even require a person behind a computer screen monitoring that technology. That's what we need more of out here in Big Bend, and infrastructure as roads that can be reworked. I don't think we need any new roads. We have roads that are established that we can surely use.
Do undocumented immigrants make their way through Big Bend? Does that ever happen?
You know, Jake, and I'm sure you've seen the stat that the Big Bend sector is the least trafficked piece of border along the entire 2,000-mile stretch of border with Mexico. And the Big Bend sector is 517 miles, which is a quarter of the entire U.S.-Mexico border. The main reason we don't have a lot of activity out here is because there's no infrastructure in Mexico to facilitate those organizations bringing people across. And then get them out of these areas out here in West Texas. Likelihood of them getting caught by law enforcement is pretty high. But I have to add that my county in Terrell, which is right next to Brewster County and Big Bend National Park, we are historically and currently the busiest station within the Big Bend sector. And the reason is we're flanked by either side by immigration checkpoints coming out of Big Bend, coming out of Del Rio, Texas area. There's no checkpoint around Terrell County. So it's a weak spot, and it's a place that the drug or alien smuggling organizations take advantage of.
What concerns did you raise or your colleagues raise in the meeting earlier with Commissioner Rodney Scott, and what was his response?
So first and foremost, Judge Hennington of Brewster County and Sheriff Dotson of Brewster County, the Big Bend National Park, the Big Bend Ranch State Parks in their county. And we were able, as other flanking counties, to attend this meeting. So I'm grateful for that. And we were able to speak up as well. But I'll tell you, the number one thing was, of course, these vehicle barriers in some of these locations, as well as some of the new roads that we've already seen the pictures being cut into Big Bend National Park. Rodney Scott, who's a 28-year long friend of mine, we worked in Nogales, Arizona together, and he actually took me to Washington, D.C. to work for him when he first promoted there. He assured us and he committed to keeping all work stopped. It won't start up again until he's had time, or local stakeholders can meet with CBP and tell him what they think the better advantage is for this area. And I'll tell you, it's the boots on the ground, whether it's Border Patrol agents, it's sheriff deputies, Texas Highway Patrol. We all work together to make this area more safe and secure. There may still be some barriers. There may still be some roads, but I think those business owners that we've seen talk about this will be much happier and be pleased with the outcome.
What specifically do you think they're getting wrong here that's causing them to take these steps that you disagree with?
Well, Jake, I'll tell you what, it all started with Kristi Noem. She initially rolled this plan out without even talking with Rodney Scott, this Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection. She had him and tie him out, if you will, because of what happened in Minneapolis, what happened down in New Orleans, Charlotte, Chicago. He's a career CBP employee. Again, he was a career Border Patrol agent. He was actually chief of the Border Patrol. But he let Kristi Noem know that it wasn't going to end good, because we never carried out interior immigration enforcement in that manner. And so she wanted to put that in her rearview mirror. She wanted to focus back on the border and build defense in a location that's never had fence. They did not work with the local sector, the boots on the ground, to come up with this plan. And there was no messaging to our communities or our stakeholders. That was the number one issue.
Sheriff Thaddeus Cleveland, thanks so much for your time today, sir. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake. God bless you. Adios.
To you as well, sir. Will the real Dan Sullivan please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up. Another race we're watching tonight, the Senate primary in Alaska, where Democrats are hoping ballot confusion could give them a fighting chance to flip a seat. That's next. How can you not love the election jam? It's just so good. Most polls in Florida are just about half an hour away from closing in today's primary. In addition to the Sunshine State, voters are also going to the polls in Wyoming and Alaska. It is in the last frontier where names on the ballot are a concern to incumbent Senator Dan Sullivan, a Republican running for re-election. He's facing a challenge from a guy named, well, Dan Sullivan. Senator Sullivan's campaign fought in the courts to keep the other Dan Sullivan off the ballot, arguing he was being used as a Democratic plant to confuse voters. Alaska's Supreme Court ruled that the other Dan Sullivan has a right to be on the ballot. The Dan Sullivans, or is it Dan's Sullivan, are just two of six, I knew you'd like that one, John, are just two of 16 Senate candidates, which also includes former Representative Mary Peltola, a Democrat who used to be a member of Congress. The top four vote-getters will advance to November's general election. Despite national attention on the race, the Dan Sullivan, who is not the Senator Dan Sullivan, has kept a pretty low profile until now. Joining me from Alaska is the New York Times' Kellen Browning. His article is out today, searching for answers from the man accused of sabotaging Alaska's Senate race. Kellen, this is like the J.D. Salinger of politics. You caught up with the other Dan Sullivan. In fact, he picked you up at the airport when you got to Alaska. So what does he say to those who accuse him of being a Democratic plant?
Yeah, he maintains that he is running as a legitimate candidate, that he's a moderate Republican who has long joked about running for Senate against the guy who shares his name, and that people in his local town of Petersburg, where I went, have encouraged him to run, and he decided he would throw his hat in the ring, and that he says nobody pushed him into this race, that he's not some sort of Democratic plant, which, of course, Republicans disagree with.
He also revealed to you his voting record, which may give fodder to the Republican argument that he does want to be a spoiler.
Yeah, he did tell me that he's never voted for President Trump. He voted for Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton. He's voted for Mary Peltola in her 2 runs for the House. He did say that he has backed some Republicans in Alaska, like Lisa Murkowski, the other senator. But some of his voting records, some of his track record, and what some of the people on the island told me does support the idea that he might be a little bit more liberal than he is purporting to be.
You talked with a lot of people in Petersburg, Alaska, the tiny fishing village where non-Senator Dan Sullivan lives. What did they make of this?
Well, they're excited about the attention. They say it's going to bring some tourism to the island. Everybody has an opinion. It is a small place, about 3,000 people, so everybody has some degree of connection with him. And it sort of breaks down into the camps you might expect. Liberal people on the island view this as a noble bid against, the establishment, and they don't believe he's in the race to sabotage anyone or throw the race to Mary Peltola. And conservatives on the island feel very differently. They think that he is exactly there to sabotage, to be a plant. They say that he has been known to have liberal beliefs, that he's participated in protests, like a No Kings protest on the island against President Trump, and that they think he's there as some sort of plant or trick. So it's really up to your own interpretation.
Alaska has unusual primaries, right? It's nonpartisan. The top 4 vote getters go on to face each other in November. Do I have that right?
Yeah, that's right. So the expectation is Senator Sullivan, Mary Peltola will easily prevail tonight. They will be 2 of the 4 people on the ballot. And then we're waiting to see which of these many other candidates make it onto the ballot in November. If Dan J. Sullivan, Petersburg Sullivan, makes it, that could potentially detract from Senator Sullivan. That's what Republicans are afraid of. But there's also a possibility there's some of these other candidates on the ballot that have been getting money from some outside groups advertising for them. Some of them are Democrats, others are Republicans. And so if there's a 4th candidate on the ballot, maybe a Democrat, that could potentially take away some votes from Peltola as well.
All right, fascinating stuff. Kellen Browning with the New York Times in Alaska. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So let's turn to the panel. Jonah, President Trump is warning Alaskans to, quote, vote for the real Dan Sullivan today. The Democrats know how good he is and have put up an imposter of the same name. Vote for the incumbent senator. Don't let those fraudsters get away with this hoax. Do you really think that Alaskans might get confused between Senator Dan Sullivan and Dan Sullivan?
I got to do some full disclosure here. My wife's from Alaska. And I think she actually knew the real Dan Sullivan's wife in high school.
Senator Dan Sullivan.
Senator Dan Sullivan, yes.
And they're both real.
They're
Dan
both
Sullivan.
real.
Well, yes, but I think this is dirty politics, and like the judges the courts didn't quite rule that he has a right to be on the ballot. They ruled that the elected officials don't have a right to simply take someone off the ballot, even if they're running in bad faith. But the courts were kind of like, he's running in bad faith. And so I think it's Pool. I think obviously Senator Dan Sullivan is going to make the Final Four. So will Peltola. I think by the time a general election comes around, the educational campaign will be sufficient that people will know what to look for.
I would think one of them is a Daniel J. Sullivan and one of them is a Daniel S. Sullivan, I believe.
Right, but if you just look at the data on like how people vote based upon the ranking on ballots, it does not imbue you with a love and respect for Jeffersonian democracy. So I mean, I think there is an issue here.
Daniel S. Sullivan is the senator, and Daniel J. Sullivan is the spoiler, as it were. Lulu, so former
alleged spoiler.
But they're going to put on the ballot incumbent, which I think will help a good deal.
Yeah.
Former Democratic Congresswoman Mary Peltola is also on the ballot. Her campaign's pushing back on an endorsement she got from former Vice President Kamala Harris. Her campaign said in a statement, quote, Mary Peltola isn't seeking endorsements from anyone from the lower 48. Her focus is and always will be Alaska. That's fighting words calling us the lower 48. Harris lost Alaska by 13 points in 2024. Do you think this says more about Harris than Peltola, or what do you make of it all?
I think it says about both of them. I think, first of all, we know that in a place like Alaska, and I've interviewed Lisa Murkowski, that is a real thing. The lower 48, they don't want to be misconstrued. Alaskan politics is Alaskan politics, and it's for Alaska, and they don't want any misunderstanding about that. So I do think it is about that, to show that she's independent. And that's what you do when you run in a state, right? When you're running for the other party in a state that's gone the other way, you want to show that you're independent. But I do think, by the way, that Harris isn't necessarily helpful. She lost the election there. And if she's trying to pull in votes from people who didn't like Harris, then why would she want that endorsement?
So a little Alaska trivia. You guys probably already know this already, but when they brought in the 2 states to make them the 50 states instead of 48, they had to do both of them because one was Republican and one was Democrat. And it was Hawaii that was Republican and Alaska that was Democrat. Okay, you're both nodding because you both knew that. Election denier Tina Peters, who served time in Colorado for 7 felony counts of election interference, is being considered for a top job by a top election official in Shasta County, California. Here's what he said during a radio interview about hiring her to replace his top deputy who's out on medical leave.
I have decided who I'm going to pull in for the assistant role, and that will be Tina Peters. She's now available. She has experience, and she's able to take the rocks and arrows.
The Shasta County cleric Clint Curtis told CNN that Tina Peters has not accepted his job offer. The cleric said, quote, apparently she's still thinking about it. I'm not sure if she's going to take it or not. She's really busy. Your thoughts, Jonah?
So this guy is on his way out. He's a lame duck. He's a crackpot. And I think what he's trying to do is get another crackpot to help run interference and get Donald Trump's attention, because this Peters woman has some relationship with Trump. I think it's embarrassing. I also think, I looked it up beforehand. I was telling Lulu, Shasta County is the 38th largest county in California. I don't think the future of democracy hinges on this story.
But I will say the other thing is, it also is probably not a real thing, because as we know, she was sprung out of prison and she's on parole and apparently cannot leave Colorado. So even if she wanted to take the job in Shasta County, I think her parole officer might have something to say about it.
Someday we will fix this injustice.
Clinton Curtis says that Peters' felony conviction should not be a problem because she would be brought in as a consultant in a supervisory role. And here's what Tina Peters' attorney tells CNN, quote, Tina Peters is giving consideration to helping in the efforts in Shasta County, as there most definitely has been monkey business in the way the election was handled. So, I mean, at least the attorney
thinks... She could do it by Zoom, maybe. I think it's not a real thing. But let me just give this its due, which is, this is not good. Obviously, even if it's a tiny place in California, it is not good when a convicted, sort of felon who has interfered in our elections, there was no disputing that, is now being posited for another role in California. This is not good.
So President Trump, as we know, has been bad-mouthing mail-in ballots for years and years. I think it started during COVID, but maybe it precedes that. I don't know. It turns out President Trump voted by mail in Florida's Republican primary for the election that is today. He also voted earlier in the year by mail. Thoughts?
I mean, if we're going to rank the kinds of sort of hypocrisy and one set of rules for me but not for thee of Donald Trump, do we think this makes it in the top 500?
Well, it makes it in the top 500 in terms of recency. And we have, and we in the news media have a recency bias.
There's a news bias for news. I get it. But look, it's bad. It's silly. I don't like mail-in voting. I think we overdo it. I think we way overdo early voting. But I think Trump's claims about the fraud and all the rest are sort of ridiculous. And if you were going to have the statesmanship to say you actually believe this is a problem, maybe you would actually practice what you preach a little bit.
So the White House says, obviously, there are exceptions for his opposition to mail-in ballots for sickness and for people who are traveling for work, et cetera.
Yeah. So which one does he fall under? Sickness?
Traveling for work.
Oh, sorry, because he's been falling asleep a lot, so, I don't know how
I don't know his health, yes.
But, yeah, I think this is terrible, again, because there has been a concerted effort to undermine our elections by this administration and by President Trump in particular, in every possible way that he can. And this is just another way that he's doing it. But it just shows that hypocrisy lies at the at the feet of this.
All right, Jonah Goldberg and Lulu Garcia-Navarro, thanks to both of you. Appreciate it. A new escalation in a First Amendment fight today as Disney is suing the Trump administration over what they call a retaliatory campaign. Those details next. In our money lead, Disney, the parent company of ABC, is suing the Trump administration. They're accusing the Federal Communications Commission, or FCC, of using its power to punish ABC over what it airs. The lawsuit filed today comes as the FCC is investigating ABC's The View and challenges the licenses of 8 Disney-owned ABC stations. Disney says the government's actions violate the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and are already having a chilling effect on ABC's broadcasts. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr says the review is about alleged DEI discrimination, not about ABC's programming, and Carr says no decision has been made on whether to revoke the licenses. Carr told Reuters Disney, quote, seems to be a little nervous about what the record's showing, unquote. Joining me now is Chief Counsel at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE, Bob Kornrevier. Bob, thanks so much for being with us again. Disney accusing the FCC of retaliation for ABC's speech. What does Disney have to prove to win a First Amendment case like this?
Well, it has to show that the government was motivated by concern over its programming, and the complaint that ABC filed is very compelling in this regard. I mean, what this administration under Brendan Carr has been doing has been really quite transparent. And so this is really just an effort to apply the rule of law to what has become a lawless federal agency.
So Brendan Carr, the FCC chairman, was on the lead in June. I asked him about going after the ABC station's licenses. He said then it was about alleged DEI discrimination. Take a listen.
But if they were, in fact, discriminating based on race and gender, that could be a real problem when it comes to holding an FCC broadcast license.
What do you make of that explanation?
It's pure pretext. I mean, the FCC is not the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and there have been decisions over the years that have made that clear. We, FIRE, filed an opposition at the FCC on its efforts to go after the ABC licenses and did a thorough analysis of the FCC's authority under this, and it really is simply being used by the FCC as a convenient explanation.
So I know that Trump has publicly gone after Jimmy Kimmel, publicly gone after The View, publicly criticized ABC, saying that they shouldn't have their license because he doesn't like their news broadcasts. I assume that's all evidence in Disney's case.
That's all laid out in the complaint. As a matter of fact, they have a timeline that goes back years of various times in which the president has called for revocation of their licenses and so on. And I think it was explained best by former FCC Chairman Mark Fowler, who said that never in its history has the agency so corruptly and unlawfully intruded on the First Amendment rights of broadcasters.
Disney says the FCC's actions have already changed what they, specifically The View, puts on the air. I don't think they've had a political candidate on since all this began. Doesn't that itself raise a constitutional question?
That's right. It shows that there is ongoing injury just from the process that the FCC is subjecting the broadcaster to. That is, the process is the punishment. And so through repeated requests for information, repeated proceedings aimed at the agency, and not just, random calls on social media to go after ABC, the actual activities of the agency are affecting the programming, and that is a per se First Amendment violation.
But that's interesting because Disney controls ABC, right? Disney owns ABC. So this is Disney saying, explain this to me because I don't understand it fully. Disney's saying, look what our companies, our show isn't even booking political people, but can't Disney just say, hey, start booking political people again?
Well, they can, but they're taking the risk of further action by the FCC. When the FCC announced it was going after The View, it was because of the fact that they were booking political candidates for news interviews, something that...
Without doing this equal time for the opposition candidates.
Right, except programs like The View historically have been treated as exempt from the Equal Opportunities rules. Congress in 1959 amended the Communications Act to provide an exemption for bona fide news interviews. And the FCC has been trying to use that to take away the exemption because of, as you point out, the President and Chairman Carr have criticized ABC's programming, and specifically The View.
Bob Kornrevier, thank you so much. Always good to have you. Tell our friends at FIRE we say hi. Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law took the stand today and revealed Clancy was turned away not once, but at least twice when she tried to seek help for her mental health. That's next. In our Law and Justice lead, testimony continued on day 15 of the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Clancy's accused of killing her 3 children in 2023. Her defense argues that she was suffering from severe postpartum psychosis at the time. Today, her former mother-in-law testified that Lindsay Clancy had been, quote, begging for help. She also testified about a time Lindsay Clancy sought help but was turned away.
The Women and Infants program in Rhode Island that specializes in perinatal and postpartum, right?
Yes.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes.
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes.
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The trial is set to resume tomorrow morning, where the psychologist who met with Clancy in the days after the killings is expected to take the stand. We will cover the story tomorrow as well. Before we go, one more time, cue the election music, please. Florida, Alaska, Wyoming, all holding primaries right now. Polls across most of the Sunshine State are going to close in just seconds. Stay with CNN all night for the latest results. Meantime, you can follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, Blue Sky, and on the TikTok at Jake Tapper. You can follow the show on X and Instagram at The Lead CNN. If you ever miss an episode of The Lead, you can watch the show on the CNN app. Please go download the CNN app. Aaron Burnett out front starts now.
Out front next, new details about Trump aide Natalie Harp and the lengths she's going to for the president, including riding in the trunk of a vehicle. Natalie Harp's estranged brother Preston is our guest. Plus, it's election night in America. Right now, polls are closing in Florida. A Republican turned Democrat who's hoping to be the next governor of Trump's home state is our guest. And breaking new details about actress Hayden Panettiere and the day she suddenly died. Let's go out front. And good evening, I'm Aaron Burnett, and out front we begin with the breaking news tonight. It is election night in America with polls just closing in Florida, and we're going to be bringing you live results on several key races there. And it comes as we are getting new breaking details about Trump's fiercely loyal personal aide, Natalie Harp. Our Kristen Holmes reporting tonight that Harp is physically close to Trump at all hours of the day. Sources also telling Kristen that Harp once jumped into the trunk of a vehicle in Trump's motorcade when she was told there was not room for her to travel with him to a hearing in a New York City courthouse in 2023. Now, Kristen is just breaking these new details, and she is going to be with me in just a moment. It comes, though, as Trump today is getting hit again by Democrat Jon Ossoff, who has been coming out very aggressively and took his attacks somewhere that no other Democrat has dared to go, bringing up Trump's relationship with Natalie Harp. Not long ago, Senator Ossoff was somebody that very few Americans knew of, but he is trying to change that. This is perhaps part of that strategy. Tonight, he is going viral again, not letting up against Trump.
The draft-dodging crook president. Who has plunged our nation recklessly into a war he knows not how to end or to win. I've got 2 little girls at home, and I do not want Eva and Lila to grow up in a world defined by the values of Donald J. Trump. You remember the president promised to bring down prices on day one? I would address the president's few remaining supporters to contrast his promises with the results you've been delivered.
Ossoff is in a tough re-election fight in Georgia for the Senate, right? But Democrats have been really casting about trying to find a great white hope. And so some are talking about him as a potential 2028 presidential candidate already. And Ossoff's feud with the president all started when he said this about Natalie Harp.
See, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace.
And that hit a nerve. When Trump was asked about it, he called Ossoff Pee Wee Herman. A White House aide compared the senator to a feminine theater kid, and another aide called Ossoff a nickname that is too vulgar to repeat on this show. But Harp's role does matter, because anyone who spends as much time as she does with the commander-in-chief and has an important role as she does, she matters. She's now one of Trump's closest and most trusted personal aides. She writes a lot of his social media posts, which of course have come to define his legacy. The series, The Art of the Surge, showed this happening in real time during the 2024 DNC.
Do not limit access to birth control or IVF. That is a lie.
Well, we trust women.
I trust women also.
To restore reproductive freedom.
And I will keep women safe.
Of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
She won't.
Now, Harp first came on Trump's radar in 2019 when she said that his right to try policy saved her life, as she at the time was battling bone cancer.
I'm not dying from cancer anymore thanks to President Trump. I'm living with cancer.
And then about a year after Trump left the White House, that's when Harp began to work for him at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. And since then, she has been by his side. She was one of just a few staffers taken in the catering truck with Trump away from Air Force One. Cabinet Secretary stayed behind, but she, along with others, including Dan Scavino, were on that other plane. Now, I'm going to speak with Harp's estranged brother, Preston, in a moment, who is raising concerns about his sister's relationship with the president, his sister he says he loves very much. But I want to begin with Kristen Holmes out front. She is live at the White House with new breaking details. So, Kristen, what more are you learning about Natalie Harp tonight? I understand you've got a very specific story here that sheds some light on this very important staffer.
Well, it just shows you how much she cares about President Trump and how she wants to be in proximity to him. This was back in 2023 when President Trump was in court in New York, and he was going down to head to the courthouse, and the motorcade was waiting outside of Trump Tower when staffers realized that there weren't enough seats for Natalie Harp. They hadn't accounted that she would be going down to the courthouse, and she was told that. Now, a screaming match then ensued in the lobby of Trump Tower at that time, with essentially Harp saying that the president had personally asked her to go, and she was so determined to not be left behind that she actually got in the trunk of one of the SUVs that was part of the motorcade and sat there. It's almost like a cargo hold, and that was according to multiple sources and to a photo that I obtained and reviewed that showed the space that she had been in and her sitting there. It was really an extraordinary moment for so many people around President Trump, who really, things come and go in Trump world in terms of who gets a seat where, whether it's on the plane, whether it's in the motorcade. But she was so determined she was going to get that seat and go down to the court with President Trump. And what I learned through this reporting today is she's really made her role with President Trump indispensable. She is the one who deals with lawmakers and allies and government liaisons. She is texting them messages from President Trump, articles that President Trump wants these lawmakers to see, and vice versa. They are reaching out to her if they want to get in touch with President Trump, if they want him to see something. She's known as the human printer in part because she is constantly printing out information for him so he has it at his fingertips. One of the things that a source told me is that he's often used how fast Natalie Harp is. Now, part of that is the fact that she is in proximity to President Trump all of the time. We often see her when we go to these Oval Office events. She's standing just on the periphery of the room, smiling, nodding along as President Trump is speaking. And it really goes to her devotion. Now, I did talk to some people who said that she has ruffled feathers throughout her tenure with him, both on the campaign and at the White House, in particular because she insists that her boss, that she only reports to President Trump, but she is actually a White House staffer. And there are a plethora of other White House staffers who actually operate within the chain of command. But she seems to exist kind of in a different plane here, given the role that she's carved out for herself. And she is uniquely influential in this White House, and particularly when it comes to President Trump.
And as you point out, Kristen, someone who's uniquely influential with the President of the United States is an important person for everyone to understand who they are and what they are. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, Kristen. And everyone's here with me. So Paul, Kristen has a photo, okay, of Natalie Harp in the trunk of that SUV, right in that back kind of crawl space, between the back seats, I guess, and the back. It's tight back there. To go along with the president because she said that he wanted her there. She reports to Kristen on this screaming match that had happened in the lobby of Trump Tower. So, okay, how concerning is this?
I think it's pretty concerning. I mean, it's disconcerting. It's troubling. It's potentially. The woman was in the trunk of a vehicle. I mean, I think there's a security concern. I'm surprised the Secret Service allowed it. And I think I take a bigger step back. I mean, politically, I think she is fair game because she's in such close proximity to the president. He's the commander-in-chief. We're at war. The public has a right to know who she is, what her role is. But I think about the standards here. I mean, he does not have a good record on how he treats women. And if that was my daughter and I found out she was in the trunk and she'd been asked to do that, I would question everybody involved.
I mean, Mark, it's interesting here, you know, as in the context here of who she is, what Kristen's reporting. She's the person that world leaders will text when they want to make sure that something gets in front of the president because she has this unique access, right? She has a really important role. Maybe Americans are just finding out about it because of Maggie Haberman, Jonathan Swan, and the catering truck. Right. But they should know about her. She's important. Stories like that are, I think you're right, they are disconcerting and disturbing.
Look, I can't really know what, as far as her being in the trunk of the car. I know from being in a lot of different motorcades, we never asked a female staffer to sit in the trunk of a motorcade. But
well, it sounds like Kristen's saying she certainly wasn't asked to. She got there because she was,
I don't know. Maybe she said, "I'm going to make myself go, and that's where I'm going to sit." I don't know. Yeah. But the reality is that we know that President Trump is incredibly unorthodox in the way he manages the White House, and there's a lot of people who he's had close to him that he asked to do a lot of things and engage with international leaders. He did that with Dan Scavino a lot in the first administration. I think it's a fair point to say, look, if these are important people they're having these conversations with, that should have public, transparency and accountability to the American people. But I think it is kind of the way that he ran even the first administration.
So, I mean, what do you say to that, Jamal?
Listen, I was a personal aide to a cabinet secretary in the Clinton administration. Traveled a lot with that person all over the country, all over the world, in fact. I never rode in the back of in the trunk of a car, right? There's always another vehicle to get into. You can always, find somewhere to squeeze in and to get where you want to go. This just seems very inappropriate. I got to tell you, all of it makes me kind of queasy to even think about it because we're not talking about the things that are actually affecting real Americans' lives, like costs are going up and childcare is 20% of what people pay in their monthly salaries. And instead, we're consumed by the president's personal habits because the president is the one who operates on this sphere. It's not like people are coming and talking about the president and using this language or using these stories because the president's so high-minded. The president's the one who operates kind of in the gutter level of politics, including the official statements that came out of the White House going after Senator Jon Ossoff, the elected representative of the people of Georgia, using language that we cannot use on this show.
Yeah, too vulgar. And
I wouldn't let my
effeminate
child
theater,
use that
whatever.
kind of language.
I said those things, but the other things I'm not even going to quote.
I wouldn't let my child use that language, let alone seeing a White House official use that kind of language in public. It's just pretty disgusting.
So, Paul, on that, Kristen's also reporting, Jon Ossoff's getting under Trump's skin. He is. And he sort of came out of nowhere. I mean, there was a few months ago, I remember, there was a certain sitting senator who said, I'm looking at Jon Ossoff, right? Democrats sort of casting about, trying to find somebody. If there were some who had pointed Ossoff. Now, all of a sudden, he's exploded, okay? And that's because he's taking on Trump. And it started with Natalie Harp, okay, that got their attention, and now it's thing after thing. But he has not been shy about attacking Trump on a whole bunch of fronts, okay? Here's something else he said today.
I don't think anything illustrates the times more aptly than that the draft-dodging crook president who has plunged our nation recklessly into a war he knows not how to end or to win, tried to imprison this man who embodies American heroism.
By the way, it just occurred to me as he was speaking, he knows not, okay? There's an intellectual level to Jon Ossoff, which is not really that present in American politics right now. But the person he was talking about there was Senator Mark Kelly, which is interesting because if he's running for president, Mark Kelly could probably also, right? So he's coming to the defense of a guy who might be his rival. But there's something different about Jon Ossoff and that is catching people the way that he's taking on Trump. What do you think it is?
He's young, he's charismatic, he's dynamic, he's kind of a multi-sport media athlete that the Democrats have mostly only had on the far left, like a Mamdani or an AOC, and he's more moderate compared to a lot of the other party, and he's willing to punch. And I think Mark Kelly is a good example because Trump elevated Mark Kelly. By choosing him, by focusing on him, he elevated him, and Mark Kelly's been hitting him back ever since.
Mark Kelly was part of the video saying you don't have to follow illegal
orders.
Right,
and he, attacked an astronaut who's a Navy fighter pilot. Not a great person to try to stand against. And now standing against Ostov is a clear generational difference that I think is really important, but also a line that the Democrats are now willing to cross. They're willing to get in the mud. They're willing to punch, in part because people want to see fighters. They want to see people punch back at Trump, and everything else the Democrats have been doing has been losing against Trump. So it's about time, I think, they try something else to try to move the needle.
It's interesting, though, Gavin Newsom's done it, okay? But now John Ossoff's doing it, and it somehow is hitting a little bit of a different chord. And even with the president, who somehow seems to, I don't know, admire maybe Gavin Newsom, he doesn't seem to like, John Ossoff makes him mad.
I'm not so sure that Democrats have been unwilling to fight with Trump, but I think the reality, I think what Ossoff's doing, I say this not as somebody who's a fan of Ossoff in any way, but I think what he's doing differently than a lot of Democrats is he's focused on the corruption. He's focused on corruption in the second administration. Even that line you have on Natalie Harp, everybody's focused on Natalie Harp, but I think his real punchline was intended to be the end of the statement when he talks to them flying around on the Qatar jet. I think he's trying to focus on the corruption angle, and that's where I think he was actually breaking through. I'm not so sure the Natalie Harp thing is as smart, because at the end of the day, look, it's an indictment on our party that we've lost 2 Senate seats in Georgia. That shouldn't be the case, but he's going to probably need swing voters to win in Georgia. He's probably going to need some Republicans to win in Georgia. So some of this isn't without risk. But I think really the reason it was taking off is because he was focused on a corruption angle in ways that others, a lot of the energy of the Democrat Party has been on the Democrat socialist side on really crazy policies on Medicaid for all, eliminating police, et cetera. He's been focused on a corruption angle.
Yeah, which, by the way, worked in Hungary. That's why Viktor Orban is not there, right? And Magyar made it very, didn't have to get into the details of every single incident of corruption, right? It was just, he's a crook. Right. I mean, so do you think that's what's resonating?
Oh, the corruption angle is resonating, and one of the things the Democrats in the House are talking about is we're going to go after the crooks, right? They're talking about going after the crooks, which is important. Here's the thing, we were talking about Mark Kelly a minute ago, and I can just get back to that. Mark Kelly has really been one senator who has benefited from this fight with Trump. He's raised $25 million that he has cash on hand.
Wow.
He's given $10 million away to other candidates in other parts of the party. He just did a gift to the DNC that I think is going to help them with some of the debt. Mark Kelly is clearly thinking about running for president, and we talk about him as a Navy pilot and the astronaut. He's also the husband of an American hero in Gabby Giffords. Yep. And so we cannot take that away from the picture that he's going to present to the country.
All right. Thank you all very much. And next, Natalie Harp's brother speaks out, her reaction to his sister's role in this administration and with the president, and the new reporting that she once jumped into the trunk of that SUV. Plus, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth campaigning in Iowa amidst the war with Iran. Army veteran and Democratic Congressman Jason Crow is our guest, and we're just getting some new results out of Florida. A lot of polls closed there already here at the top of the hour. Top House Democrat is fighting for her political life because Republicans redrew her district. We'll bring you the very latest here as these numbers come in.
And dissolve 4, set bump. You can clear the panel. Stand by your brake master. In 3, 2, 1, effect. Where your brakes, please.
Welcome back to a special edition of Out Front, Election Night in America. We're watching several key races as polls close in Florida. We're going to bring you results as soon as we get them. But first, in another major story, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is campaigning in Iowa tonight. You may think maybe I got the name wrong and I'm talking about somebody else, but no, it is Pete Hegseth. He is in Iowa at the Iowa State Fair, which is a traditional stop for people who are running for president. And he is going there to stump for Republican Representative Zach Nunn. Hegseth said this to the crowd there.
President Trump needs the type of leaders who understand why a $1.5 trillion budget, a one-time generational investment, is what is necessary to ensure that my kids and your kids, that your grandkids and my grandkids live in a free country defended by the most powerful military in the world.
Now, the Defense Department says Hegseth was in Iowa in his quote-unquote personal capacity. Of course, it is a fair question to ask why there's time now for things in a personal capacity, given what's going on with, obviously, the carriers and the fact that the United States is in the midst of the Iran war. Out front now, Democratic Congressman Jason Crow, who's on the Intelligence and Armed Services Committee, also a former Army Ranger who served 3 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. So, Congressman Crow, what do you see in this? The Defense Secretary is in Iowa campaigning for a Republican congressman. Is that okay right now in the context of his job?
Why should we be surprised that a grossly incompetent and corrupt TV personality with zero experience running a major national security agency, let alone our Department of Defense, is failing to do the job? There are 100+ other places around the world where Pete Hegseth needs to be, managing wars, managing conflicts, checking on the health and welfare of our troops instead of campaigning in Iowa. But none of us should be surprised because this man was actually hired to play the Department of Defense secretary on TV and not be one.
So you mentioned the strain. Hegseth's decision to be in Iowa comes in the context of that tremendous strain. A guided missile destroyer recently lost power for 4 days in the South China Sea. That left the crew in blistering heat without air conditioning, working toilets, or kitchen services. That power was gone, my understanding is, for 4 days. And then, of course, there's the USS Abraham Lincoln crew, 5,000 on board over these past months at various times, facing food shortages, shortage of basic hygiene needs, and obviously a deep morale issues and mental health crisis for some. And multiple service members have reportedly gone overboard. These things are very disturbing. The military is dealing also, of course, as you know, with a dangerously low level of key munitions that it needs to defend itself. Missile defense systems in the Middle East, many of them, all but one of THAAD's taken out in the early days of this war. So from where you sit, right, when you're on the committees that you're on, are you hearing about all these things? Are you even getting the information you need to get about what's really going on, what the real situation is?
Well, we're absolutely hearing about it, Erin, but we're not getting it from the Department of Defense because this administration has stonewalled and cut off oversight. They've stonewalled and cut off media. They've kicked media and most journalists out of the Department of Defense because they don't want people to know what's actually happening. You know, when I started my career in public service as a paratrooper and Army Ranger, I did 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the fundamental basis of military leadership is you suffer with your troops, you work with your troops, you never ask them to do anything that you wouldn't be willing to do yourself. And yet here we have Pete Hegseth, who spends his time cutting performative workout videos, who spends his time building a makeup room and TV studio in the Pentagon, instead of being out there checking on the health and welfare of our men and women who in the case of the Abraham Lincoln, are now on station almost twice as long as they're supposed to be, and they're suffering the consequences. It is appalling, and every American should be deeply disturbed by this.
Or the longest deployment for a carrier in history. I want to ask you about another piece of news here. We're just breaking out front right now, Congressman, and this is that Air Force Major Jason Watson. I don't know if the name rings a bell, but he was the man who was arrested last month because he called for President Trump's impeachment on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. Right? He was in his uniform, 17 years in the Air Force. He was detained today, detained by the military. So we have just learned this, Congressman, and it came just hours after he came on this show and told us why he was speaking out at great personal risk, right? He knew the risk he was taking, and here's what he said.
If I don't sacrifice something, if I don't give something up, then it's just words, and words are easy to ignore. So if I don't put myself out there in a big way, then it's just noise, and there's plenty of noise that we're all listening to every day.
So he spoke out last night, and we understand he's been detained today. Do you know anything about it, and what's your reaction to this?
I don't know about this news. I'm just hearing it for the first time. The political persecution of this administration against folks like me, against Mark Kelly. You know, I was part of that group of service members, as you indicated earlier in your show, who filmed that video that led to multiple attempts to indict us and throw us in prison simply for reiterating what the Uniform Code of Military Justice requires of our service members. This administration, this president, to be more specific, is willing to use every lever of the government, taxpayer funded, to persecute political opponents and go after people who disagree with him. And that also should disturb every American. He does not want the truth to get out. He does not want people to learn about his corruption. He does not want people asking questions. He wants blind loyalty and only blind loyalty. And if people step up and ask questions and push back, he is willing to use our government, not his, our government, to try to crush them. And that is exactly why we're going to retake power in November and push back against all of it.
Congressman Crow, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And just a note, I want to make sure I had said Hegseth was in Iowa tonight. He was in Iowa yesterday. I just want to be clear about the exact timing. And out front next, the estranged brother of Trump's fiercely loyal aide, Natalie Harp, speaking out, where he says he believes her infatuation with the president comes from. And he has a message for his sister tonight. And we have a major projection to make because it is election night in Florida. And we have that after this. Breaking news, CNN has a major projection tonight. Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz will win her Democratic primary race in Florida's 20th district. Now, that marks the first time that district will not be represented by a black Democrat in decades. Harry Enten is out front with the latest results. And Harry, obviously, that's a very significant projection to be able to make this quickly because there had been redistricting going on, right? It was not a sure thing that it would go this way at all.
No, Florida, obviously, the Republicans there wanted to do that redistricting, wanting to take out a number of Democratic incumbents, including Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who decided instead to run in this district, a heavily African-American district. And there was all this question, hey, will this race even, because look at where we're talking about right now. We're talking about Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She's just not winning a plurality. She's winning a majority of the vote. She's getting 50.5% of the vote. Dale Holness, who's the only candidate anywhere near her, the only one who's breaking 20% besides her, the former mayor down there, is getting 21% of the vote. She's crushing the field here, absolutely dominating. So Republicans wanting to take Debbie Wasserman Schultz out. Bottom line is, not successful, heavily Democratic district. She'll likely be reelected.
Right. And as you said, I mean, that's a majority.
That is a majority. This is not the opposition splitting the vote. This is a clear majority.
Right. And they were thinking they could end around her. So that's obviously significant. Now, on the governor's race in Florida, this is a big one, and it's a real race. On the Republican side, you've got Congressman Byron Donalds running, endorsed by Trump to replace Ron DeSantis.
Yep.
David Jolly, who's going to be our guest in just a moment here after you and I speak, was a Republican. He's turned to Democrat. And is running on that side. So where do things stand?
Yeah, okay. So on the Republican side right now, we'll notice you don't have any red of any sort in the western part of the state, in the Panhandle. Those polls haven't closed yet. Where we do have results, and you could see that Byron Donalds is way out of here. Here, Jay Collins, someone in state government there, he's at 25% of the vote, doubling up on him. And James Fishback, who I think was really big on a lot of the social media, he's not anywhere close. He's getting less than 10% of the vote at this point. But Donalds is running better in the southwestern part where he represents in Congress, right down here in the Naples area, for example. He's getting, look at this, 68% of the vote down here in Collier County. You go up here, you go to Lee County, look at this, another 65%. He is not doing anywhere near as well in the northern part of the state, but most of the population, of course, is in the southern part of the state with 50% of the vote doubling up. You mentioned, of course, Jolly, right? You mentioned Jolly. What's going on there? Well, you can see here, look at this. You think that Byron Donalds is doing well. David Jolly's doing really well. Look at that, 63% of the vote. And his closest competitor, Foster, is what, at 14% of the vote? 50 points nearly up on that. And this is all this dark blue for David Jolly. So at this point, obviously, we haven't projected anything. Jolly well ahead, Donalds well ahead. That looks like the most likely matchup come November.
Absolutely. All right. And David Jolly's going to be our guest in just a couple of moments here after hearing what we're talking about. So that's coming up in a moment. Also, more breaking news. The brother of top Trump aide Natalie Harp is speaking out front tonight. Preston Harp has been estranged from his sister for a few years, but obviously you can see they grew up together. He's sharing these photos with out front of them together as children, weighing in on the intense attention that Natalie is now getting after Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff raised questions about her role in this White House. Out front now, Preston Harp. He is the brother of Natalie Harp. And Preston, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. And I know you've shared some photos with us, of you and your sister Natalie as children. Obviously, there you are, Padres fans. There you are with your parents. And now your sister is front and center in the news. I mean, front and center as it gets. Did you ever think you'd see something like this?
No, it really blows my mind.
I mean, you know, your sister, my understanding is, first became known to Trump back in 2019. And at the time, she credited him, Preston, with helping her beat a tragic battle, but one that she incredibly beat with bone cancer. Here's what she said.
This president pushed that forward and possibly saved your life.
He did. As I like to say, I'm not dying from cancer anymore thanks to President Trump. I'm living with cancer. I'm living the quality of life that I always wanted to have, that it took me 4 years to find because I wasn't offered it here. It took President Trump going to Washington to be able to get that for me.
And after that, Preston, she had speaking slots at the Faith and Freedom Conference, at the 2020 RNC, right? She became very high profile and then started working for Trump. How much do you think she truly believed that Trump saved her life?
Well, that's an interesting question. But if she thinks about it, what he did was he made experimental drugs legal to try, and that insurance would pay for it. So it's not like he like physically saved her life, you know? It's kind of different. Like, it's like Donald Trump didn't pay his own money to save my sister's life. So it really just depends how you look at it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, and look, I guess it's just one example of everyone trying to understand, you know, who this person is who spends so much time and, you know, is with the president all the time, right? He's the commander in chief and she has such an important role. So there was a series called The Art of the Surge just a couple of years ago, Preston, 2024. And in it, your sister talks extensively about working for Trump. I just wanted to play a clip of it for you. Here she is.
Politics was never something I liked. Business was my background, real estate, MBA. I was very much not interested in politics in California. I feel like you get the same kind of sort of politicians. But when I was sick, I started watching the Republican debates. He was my first exposure to politics, and I loved it. Like, this guy, you know, he gets it.
So she says there, he was her first exposure to politics, right? You guys grew up in the same home, the same family, so you understand where she's coming from in a way that no one else does.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you think drew her to him?
Definitely not her. Yeah. Well, my mom raised us with the idea that American exceptionalism was the correct way of looking at things, that the United States is the boss of the world, that, like, you know, slavery was back then, that was normal. People weren't bad because they had slaves. And honestly, and it's like Trump wants to take all those books out of schools. He wants to rewrite history. And so, like, I think that my sister, unfortunately, didn't break out of that delusion that my mom raised us with. And Trump is like everything that my mom taught us to respect. So I think that's where her infatuation for Trump comes from, honestly. Because I don't think it's a physical attraction. Let's get real, you know? Like, personally, I don't think so.
So when you use the word infatuation, I understand your point about, you know, the nature of it. I mean, she obviously is his assistant. They call her the human printer, right? She prints everything. She takes his social media dictation. She accompanies him on almost every trip, including when he goes to Mar-a-Lago or his golf club in New Jersey on the weekends. And she was, of course, Preston, as we're all now aware, one of the very few people who did not include the Secretary of State or Treasury that Trump took off Air Force One via that catering truck. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like that. If you're really friends and loyal to your team, why would you just go peace out and take another airplane when you think the other airplane's going to get shot down? Like,
what do you think it is about her? I mean, what do you make of how much the president relies on her? We've learned a lot, you know, I mean, from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's new book, we've learned, right, about his incredible reliance on her at all hours of the day to post social media posts, just as one example.
Yeah. I think that Trump's best friends are people who are his fan club, you know? Like, and so she's his biggest fan. And so that's probably why he likes her. And like, she's good looking. She's got a good personality. Like, I don't know.
I want to ask you, Preston, on something that
she thinks that he saved her life. So, like, somebody living with that kind of gratitude, that must feel pretty good.
I want to ask you about something. I don't know if you knew about this. You probably didn't. But we're just breaking it here at CNN this hour, and that is, two sources, Preston, are telling CNN that your sister was involved. Okay. Back in October 2023, right? The context here is Donald Trump's motorcade was going to leave Trump Tower for a court appearance, okay? And they were all getting into the motorcade. Oh, yeah. There was sort of a screaming match about who was getting in what car, and it turned out that there wasn't room for Natalie. So she insisted, she said no. Trump had personally asked her to come to this court appearance, so she needed to be in the car. Now, according to these sources, the end result is that your sister jumped into the trunk of one of the motorcade vehicles to go to the court appearance in Lower Manhattan.
That's really funny. I didn't even know about that.
I mean, what is your reaction to that? I mean, you're laughing, but I mean, is it funny or what? I mean, you know her, so that's why.
I'm sorry. It's actually kind of sad. That's obsession. That's like an unhealthy obsession with someone if you're going to jump into the trunk of their car, like.
So I mentioned Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swann's book Regime Change, Preston, which of course I know you've heard a lot about it, but in that, Natalie's name became known to a lot of people, right? Prior to the whole NATO plane incident, she was in the book as an important player, and her role, her importance to the president became clear. They report that she left him, the president, a series of letters in personal spaces where she told him, "You're all that matters to me," in one, and another one she writes, "I want to bring you joy." And then they say that Trump said, "Your sister is the only one who loved him as much as his wife and kids." So what is your reaction to this? Does this sound like her, or the person that you knew well, your sister?
Yeah. I mean, basically, I'd say since she was like 16, she's had an obsession with gosh, how do I explain this? She's written letters to other presidents. Let me put it that way. And so like her dream came true finally.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying that she actually was very aware of politics, right? And that she had written other presidents' letters. Do you happen to know which ones or what they were about or anything, Preston, that you would be able to share here?
I didn't see the letter, but George Bush, obviously, during the Iraq War.
And did anything ever come of that? I mean, did the White House ever respond or anything, or she just sort of sent a letter?
No, they never responded.
Yeah. Now, look, I've been emphasizing here, obviously, you know her in a way that no one else does as her brother, but you are obviously estranged from her at this time. But, we see those pictures of you all as children and your family. If she was listening to you right now, is there anything you'd want to tell her?
Yeah, I love you. I hope that you change and that you wake up and you realize that everybody on this earth is part of a human family, and no country is better than any other country. And the history of the United States is unfortunately really sad, and it shouldn't be rewritten. We got to all come together and try to make it better.
Well, I really appreciate your time and taking the time to talk to us. Obviously, your sister is in a position of incredible influence and power, and that's important to all Americans. So thank you for sharing with us.
No problem.
And next, ABC going to court to fight Trump's pressure campaign. Why the network says Trump's FCC has violated its First Amendment rights. The only Democrat on the commission will be out front, and a key candidate on this election night in America is our guest, a Republican turned Democrat, now running to replace Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Tells us how he's feeling as the votes come in tonight. Breaking news, new results out of Florida just coming in as I'm speaking. I'll show you the latest tally right now here, the governor's race. David Jolly, who's going to be our guest here in just a second. He was a Republican turned never-Trumper, then turning into a Democrat in the race for governor. Former congressman has more than 60% of the vote right now, so that's obviously overwhelming on the Democratic side. And on the Republican side, Congressman Byron Donalds, who is endorsed by President Trump, now has about 50% of the votes in that race. Jay Collins coming in second, the only other person right now in double digits at this point, but pretty commanding lead by Byron Donalds. So I, as promised, want to be joined now by the Democratic candidate for governor in Florida, David Jolly. So, Congressman, I appreciate your time. Obviously, we're not making a call here yet. Right now, though, it's looking good for you. You've got an overwhelming majority of the votes that are in so far. So how confident do you feel?
If the election were tonight, we would win the general election in Florida as a Democratic candidate. Sure, I think I'm a strong candidate building a coalition, but Aaron, this cycle is presenting an opportunity where voters are just screaming for change. I do think there's a new coalition emerging in American politics. We're seeing it in Florida. It's rooted not so much in party, but in the basic everyday majority that believes that the economy should work for everybody, that government should fill in the gaps where the private sector can't deliver on housing, healthcare, education, clean air, clean water, and that, yes, we should be a place where everyone's rights are protected and their dignity respected. That doesn't have to be an ambitious progressive agenda. You mentioned I'm a former Republican. Some of my roots are in less government libertarianism. I spent 5 years, 6 years maybe as an independent, really just tackling big problems that needed big solutions. I'm telling you, if the election were tonight in Florida, Florida's voters would elect a Democratic governor for the first time in 30 years.
Okay, so you just laid it out there, the first time in 30 years, right? Having that happen
That's right.
would be an incredible feat, okay? So let me just lay out some more here.
That's
a state where Republicans outnumber Democrats, talking about Florida where you are, by more than 1.5 million voters, okay? So you're starting, obviously, from a massive deficit on that side. 8 years ago, Democrats had the edge by about 250,000 votes, 250,000. So that's an incredible shift towards Republicans in just the past few years.
It is.
Trump won Florida by 13 percentage points. I mean, God, I'm old enough to remember hanging Chad, right? Florida used to be a swing state. It is not a swing state now. At least it wasn't up until this second. Ron DeSantis was reelected by nearly 20 percentage points.
Sure.
So those numbers are pretty overwhelming.
Sure.
Do you really think a Democrat that you can win as a Democrat?
Yes, here's why. Because every cycle is different. Aaron, I fundamentally believe that enough people know our politics are broken. We're more divided than ever before. Our politicians tell us to hate each other, and it's wrong. And I think what's emerging in the midst of an economic crisis where we are watching outright corruption, we're exhausted by culture wars, is more similar to a 1974 post-Watergate moment. Because you mentioned voter registrations, and you're right, we haven't closed the gap on voter registrations, but Democrats are winning by 15 and 20 points. Our congressional specials swung by 15, 16 points. The city of Miami just elected a Democratic mayor for the first time in 30 years, and it was 19 points. It wasn't even close. Aaron, we're gaining ground in the villages. Mar-a-Lago just elected a Democratic state representative. So you're right. 2 years ago, 4 years ago, voters were not asking for new leadership in Florida. But this cycle, they are begging for new leadership. And look, I fault my Republican colleagues in Tallahassee. They had an opportunity to listen to voters and deliver on the economy, housing, healthcare, and education. Instead, they've chosen to double down on culture wars and defend Trump's economy, and voters aren't having it. We don't always get this cycle. You're exactly right. But I'm telling you, voters know right now that our politics are broken and they're looking for change.
So obviously you were a Republican, then you became a never-Trumper, right? You've had a transformation, right? It was a process. So, but in recent years, anybody who follows you on social media, right? You're a vocal critic of President Trump. You've been so for quite a while now.
Sure.
So if you win, what happens? I mean, he's going to be president. You would be governor of Florida. You guys work together?
Anywhere it benefits the people of Florida. Look, we need help with natural disaster response in the state of Florida. I think we need a state catastrophic fund for homeowners insurance to cover hurricane coverage and wind coverage. I'd like to scale up the delivery of health care so that we improve outcomes, reduce costs. I'd like a 10-year renaissance in public education where President Trump can help us. Please, I would love to work with him. But where he moves into spaces where perhaps we see violations of due process, or he attacks the fundamental values of an economy that really should be working for everybody, when he celebrates, those who are doing very well and he ignores the people who are struggling, of course we're going to have disagreements there. But we'll see where this goes. We're going to win the race. I'll have an opportunity to work with President Trump.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Congressman Jolly, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank
As I
you,
said,
Aaron.
those numbers right now, you've got 62.5% of the vote, so it's pretty commanding here early on in the night. Thank you. And next, ABC accusing Trump's FCC of a, quote, retaliatory campaign. The lone Democrat on the FCC joins us next. She's celebrating the lawsuit against her own commission, but her own commissionership is actually over. So what happens now? Tonight, a major lawsuit against the Trump administration. It's from Disney, which is suing the FCC on First Amendment grounds, arguing, quote, the administration has waged a retaliatory campaign against ABC for a single reason. It disapproves of what ABC broadcasts. The lawsuit comes as the FCC, led by staunch Trump ally Brendan Carr, investigates The View and challenges licenses held by ABC stations. The commission's defense is the FCC has been examining claims that Disney engaged in illegal DEI discrimination for over a year. Disney is obviously very concerned about the FCC's proceeding, as evidenced by their ongoing campaign of disinformation. Well, Ana Gomez is out front now. She's a lone Democrat on the FCC, and she's out front. And I appreciate the chance to talk to you again. So do you think ABC has a strong case against basically your commission, the FCC?
Yes, ABC has done a masterful job of cataloging all the ways that this administration has been threatening, intimidating, and pushing broadcasters to censor themselves, basically, and to only report on this administration and to show content that this administration likes. I think it's making a very strong case in this case.
So you wrote an open letter. It was rare for that to happen, to Josh D'Amaro. He is, of course, now the chief of Disney. And you wrote this when he took over for Bob Iger. You warned, quote, what Disney and ABC are facing is a sustained, coordinated campaign of censorship and control carried out through the weaponization of the FCC's authority as a federal regulator and aimed at pressuring a free and independent press and all media into submission. Is that really what we're seeing play out right now in a lot of media institutions across this country?
Absolutely. We've seen this from the beginning of this administration, where this administration goes after any critic, whether it's the broadcasters, whether it's law firms, whether it's universities, protesters, anyone that criticizes this administration gets regulatory levers or any lever of power used against them to intimidate them and to retaliate against them. And it's high time that we have a corporate parent like Disney show courage, stand up and push back against this administration's overreach and constitutional violations.
So, you know what's interesting hearing you talk about this, right? You're the lone Democrat on the FCC. Your term as FCC commissioner is actually technically expired. So, you know, you're still there, but you know, Trump could try to put someone else on and get congressional approval, right? I mean, there's a vulnerability there. But you're speaking out here. You've released a statement responding to Disney's lawsuit against your commission. You wrote in part, I'm hopeful that in coming months will bring the costly legal defeat this agency has been asking for since it started down this path. Again, in the context of the fact that, you know, your role is technically expired, are you worried about retribution?
You know, I stand for our Constitution. I stand for our democracy. When I was sworn in almost 3 years ago, I swore to uphold the Constitution, and that is what I am doing because it's important. The freedom of speech, the freedom of the press is so important to our democracy, and what this administration is doing is antithetical to our founding fathers' vision for this country.
So how long do you think it takes for this to play out?
Well, you know, Disney has filed its complaint before the court. There's a hearing on Thursday just to set up, you know, initial pleadings and agree to a schedule. This could take a long time. And this is the point, right? This administration has been using processes to try to wear down companies because it's expensive to have to fight enforcement proceedings. It's expensive to have to go to court to defend your rights. But again, Disney's doing the right thing here by defending its rights. And not only is Disney going to help because the law is on its side, but it's also helping all the other broadcasters and all the other entities that have been targeted by this administration.
All right. Well, we shall see. And thank you very much, Commissioner Gomez. I appreciate your time and all of yours as well. AC 360 starts now.
Hey, good evening. It is election night once again in America. Key primaries and special elections in 4 states tonight: Alaska, California, Wyoming, and Florida, the one state where polls are now closed and the votes are counted fast. I want to start with the Republican race for governor. CNN can now project that Congressman Byron Donalds will win the nomination. The president endorsed him. The outgoing governor, Ron DeSantis, neither supporting Donalds nor endorsing anyone. CNN can also project that former Republican Congressman David Jolly will win the Democratic nomination for governor. Congressman Jolly broke with his party over his differences with the president. In the special election race for Senate, CNN projects that Angie Nixon will defeat former Trump National Security staffer and impeachment witness Alex Vindman. CNN also projects that Ashley Moody, the Republican who was appointed to the seat to replace Secretary of State Marco Rubio, will easily win the GOP nomination. CNN also projects that 11-term Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz will get the nomination in a new district after hers was redrawn to favor Republicans. And Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz is also projected to win District 25. Elsewhere in the state, Republican Congressman Corey Mills is on the ballot, despite also being under investigation by the House Ethics Committee for alleged sexual misconduct and campaign finance violations. 10 Republicans are vying for the nod in Florida's 19th congressional district. They include a former New York congressman who pleaded guilty in 2019 to insider trading charges and a former underwear model and January 6 convict. The president has pardoned both men. In California, 2 Democrats are facing off to fill the seat held by former Congressman Eric Swalwell, who, as you may know, resigned over sexual misconduct allegations. Finally, in Alaska's nonpartisan U.S. Senate primary, one of Republican Senator Dan Sullivan's challengers is a man named Dan Sullivan. He's the one on the right of your screen. Democrat Mary Peltola is considered the front runner in part because of the president's low popularity with voters. New Reuters Ipsos polling shows him with just a 33% job approval rating. Lots to talk about. CNN's Harry Enton is at the Magic Wall tonight. Steve Contorno's in Orlando on the governor's primary. Randy Kaye is covering Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, and Dana Bash is in Washington. I want to start with Harry and more numbers in Florida. Harry, what does it look like?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to start on the race that actually surprised me the most, and that is that Democratic primary for the Florida special Senate election, because I honestly thought that Alex Vindman, who of course was involved in all the impeachment stuff during Trump's first term, he was the clear favorite going into this. But in fact, Angie Nixon, who is in fact a member of the DSA, has defeated him and is up rather handily. Look at that. You got a 10-point margin here. A lot more light blue on the screen for Nixon than you have for Vindman. So Vindman's bid did not work out for Adios Amigos. Vindman not making it to the general election, though Ashley Moody is the clear favorite to win that seat come the fall, and as you mentioned, won that primary tonight on the Republican side. Beyond that, you know, let's talk about history in the great state of Florida, all right? We're talking about the Florida Republican gubernatorial primary. We call Byron Donalds the winner in that race, defeating Jay Collins, the lieutenant governor. James Fishback, who is very popular on social media, but not actually with concern to the voters, coming in with just 10% of the vote. Byron Donalds crushing it up there with 49% to Collins' 24.7%, basically doubling Collins' vote. You can see it on our screen right now, the dark red, which is representing Byron Donalds, who of course had that Donald Trump endorsement. Donald Trump, of course, votes in the state by Florida, voted by mail in this election, which of course is a whole other topic, but his endorsement still goes very, very far in the great state of Florida. Donald's easily winning there. He will face off in the fall against David Jolly, who you mentioned. David Jolly, of course, a former Republican member of Congress. If you thought that Donald's margin was wide, Jolly's margin even wider, defeating Foster. Look at that, 62% of the vote to Foster's just a little bit less than 15% of the vote. That is a race in which Donalds is the favorite come the fall. Florida, of course, moving heavily to the right over the past few cycles. Now, in terms of the House races that you were mentioning about, let's go to the Democratic House races. This is a little bit difficult for me to get to this correct race, but let's see if I'm able to do it on the first go. Let's see. Yes, there we go. Okay, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, look at this. This was a race in which Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Florida had all this redistricting, right? All this redistricting. They were trying to take out Democrats. Debbie Wasserman Schultz was not sure which district she would actually run in. She ran in a heavily African-American district, had a lot of African-American opponents, but Dale Honus, the closest one, a former mayor down there. You can see Debbie Wasserman Schultz pretty close to a majority. There was all this thought, hey, she might not even get anywhere close to majority. She'd win because of a divided field, but she actually won rather easily. And then finally, if we can zoom in, let's see if we can get down there. There we go. Jared Moskowitz in the 25th district. He is up right now as we projected him to be the winner. Look at that. Oliver Larkin, this was another DSA candidate, but Moskowitz easily surviving that battle. But the real battle for Jared Moskowitz will come the fall. This is a Trump district. We'll see if Moskowitz has more moderate leanings, Anderson, allow him to win. But at this point, Moskowitz made it past round one. We'll see what ultimately happens in round two, my friend. Back to you.
All right, Harry Anton, thanks very much. CNN's Steve Contorno is at Byron Donalds, headquarters in Orlando. Must be very happy there right now, Steve.
Yeah, they're just starting to see on their phones and on the screens behind me that Donalds is the projected winner in this primary. And look, Donalds came into this race as the heavy frontrunner. He had Donald Trump's endorsement going all the way back to February of 2025 before he even entered this race. Trump said he wanted to see Byron Donalds succeed Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. But guess who didn't want to see Byron Donalds in this nomination? Governor DeSantis himself. In fact, he has made very clear that he does not like Donalds and he does not think he would be a fitting candidate to replace him. But obviously, the Republican voters have said otherwise. Now, I will point out that Donalds so far, it does not appear he has eclipsed 50%, and obviously there are still votes being counted. Kind of interesting in Donald Trump's home state, in a race where he has endorsed 18 months ago the candidate he supported, does not eclipse 50% of the vote. Obviously, we'll have to keep watching to see if that remains the margin there. But he will go up against Democrat David Jolly. Democrats obviously are very hopeful that Republicans or voters here are ready to return the page from Republicans who have dominated this state for so many years. This is once a swing state, but Republicans have made it solidly red, and they have a huge advantage going into the fall. There are 1.6 million more registered Republicans in this state than Democrats. That's a large amount of structural disadvantage that Jolly has to make up by winning over a lot of independents, Anderson.
Yeah, Stephen Contorno, appreciate it. Randy Kaye is at Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz's headquarters. CNN projects she will win a 12th term in Congress, now in her newly redrawn and, as we mentioned, historically black district. So what does her primary win mean for the people in that district, Randy?
Anderson, they can expect to see a lot of change here for sure. That is because this district, Congressional District 20 here in Florida, has had a black lawmaker in the seat for more than 30 years, and Debbie Wasserman Schultz's district was basically dismantled, District 25, for her as the districts were redrawn in the redistricting. So she decided to run here in District 20 as the only white candidate in this primary. So she did just win the primary, and she won against 4 black candidates. She was late to the party here. Her win was announced before she even got here, but she did speak just a few moments ago, and here's a little bit of what she had to say.
This is such a difficult and fraught time in our country. There is so much at stake in this moment. And I want people to know that representation matters. It matters. And I will fight to make sure that representation counts again. We will make sure that we ban gerrymandering. All right!
Now, when I spoke to voters here, what they said they liked about her is that she knows her way around Washington. Her supporters said that her win is a blessing, that she knows how to get it done. But now, during her speech, Anderson, she also talked about the fact that turnout was a bit low in Broward County. She'd like to see a change to that. She promised to make an investment in this community. She took a lot of criticism from her opponents that she wasn't a part of this community, didn't represent this community, and wasn't one of them. So she promised that. She said she will work hard. She also said, Anderson, that the GOP tried to rig the map. In other words, tried to make it so these districts would favor Republicans once they were redrawn. She said they showed them tonight otherwise. So she also said that she's a Broward County girl and she's proud to represent Broward County. Anderson?
All right, Randy Kaye, thanks very much. CNN can now project the winner of the 19th district. It'll be Jim Schwartzel. We're joined now by CNN chief political correspondent and anchor of Inside Politics, Dana Bash. So how significant do you think is State Representative Angie Nixon's victory over the retired Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman, who obviously came to national prominence somewhat during the first Trump impeachment?
It is significant for a couple of reasons, Anderson. First and foremost, it's because of where they stand on the political spectrum within the Democratic Party. Angie Nixon is somebody who is part of the progressive left. And in a state like Florida, for somebody on the progressive left to win the Democratic nomination is a big win for them. We've seen that for the most part, except for Abdul al-Sayed in Michigan. We've seen those wins for the most part in very big Democratic districts or even cities and so forth. And so this is a big win. He was much more well-funded, but she obviously had the energy in the Democratic Party in the state of Florida behind her.
In terms of the redistricting, how significant has that been for Democrats?
Significant. I mean, you just heard Randy talking about Debbie Wasserman Schultz having to deciding to run in a completely different district because hers was eliminated. And the fact that she won, I actually do think is noteworthy, taking sort of the race questions out of it, which are big. And you heard Randy talking about the criticism that Debbie Wasserman Schultz got for running in a historically black area in Broward County. She's the ultimate incumbent, Anderson. She has been in public life, I think, for 34 years, representing Florida in some way, either in the State House or in Washington. And she ran on that. She ran on somebody who can get things done in Washington, who has the experience, who has the understanding of how things work in Washington. I mean, that is almost anathema in this climate right now when everybody on both sides of the aisle are saying throw the bums out. It didn't work like that for her. She ran on it and it was successful.
We also have another projection. Representative Corey Mills will lose in Florida's 7th congressional district as the two-term legislator and an Army combat veteran has faced scrutiny over allegations of sexual misconduct and campaign finance violations, which the House Ethics Committee is investigating. Ryan Elijah there is projected as the winner.
Yeah, I mean, that's also noteworthy given the fact that we have an incumbent who, as you mentioned, is facing a lot of scrutiny, allegations of misconduct, who is getting thrown out by his own party in favor of another candidate. Notwithstanding Debbie Wasserman Schultz, which is why I brought it up because it's so unique this year, the anti-incumbent fervor is very strong. There have been, I think, close to 10 Democrats who have been kicked out by their own party voters, and now this is up to 3 or 4 on the GOP side.
Jared Moskowitz, I know you had your eye on that race. He successfully fended off the challenge from the left on the party. Are there any lessons you think there for Democrats?
Well, you know, I guess it's a mixed bag because, as we started talking about at the beginning of our conversation, you had statewide Angie Nixon on the far left winning over Alexander Vindman for the Democratic nomination for the Senate. But in the case of Jared Moskowitz, this race, this Democratic primary against Oliver Larkin, who is a member of the DSA, was really largely about Israel. And Moskowitz is unabashedly pro-Israel, does not think that money should be money should be withheld from Israel. And Oliver Larkin has a lot of very progressive views, but it was this issue, not supporting any more aid to Israel, saying that there not even should be defensive weapons given to Israel. That lost, and it lost handily. It is a very Jewish district. It's a new district, the 25th district. It's about 25% Jewish. But again, this is just the primary. It's a big statement, this primary, but he's now going to have to run against a Republican because of redistricting. Remember, Democrats lost about 4 seats altogether, 4 or 5 seats, if you look at the math. And this is one of those that Jared Moskowitz is going to have to fight really hard to keep in the Democratic lane.
Yeah, Dana Bash, appreciate it. Dana's going to be back at 9 o'clock to anchor The Source. Coming up next, what our panel of political professionals makes of the results so far in the races across the country still to be decided tonight. Also, Senator Jon Ossoff's latest verbal attack on the president. There are questions it raises about whether he's running for something beyond just re-election to his seat. And later, the new details we are now learning about the day actress Hayden Panettiere died. It's election night in America. Races in 4 states, including Florida, where CNN has already made a string of key projections, including that Congressman Byron Donalds will win the GOP gubernatorial nomination there. Joining us now is former senior advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod, former Republican Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty, and CNN contributor and political historian Leah Wright Rigueur. David, are any of these results in Florida surprising to you?
Yeah, I do think the Senate race is a little surprising on the Democratic side, though maybe if we thought hard about it, it isn't that surprising given the tenor of the times. And Angie Nixon is a state legislator in Florida. She is a native of Florida. She's very much embedded in the progressive movement in Florida. And she ran on universal health care. She ran on, taxing billionaires and so on. I heard Dana say she's a candidate of the far left. But some of those positions, are not that far left anymore. And they are issues that mobilize a lot of people. So, but Alex Vindman was a guy who came with a lot of notoriety and did something courageous for which you would think he would be rewarded by voters. But he was seen as sort of a mainstream guy, and she was much more connected to voters. In 2 other races, as was mentioned, the House races, Democratic Socialists fell flat, where Jared Moskowitz won and Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And I'm sure the Republicans are relieved that Corey Mills lost. The president endorsed him. He was scandal-ridden. They were worried about him as a candidate in November. So that is one burden that voters have dispatched. And I'm sure there are a lot of grateful Republican strategists for that.
Governor Pawlenty, I'm wondering what stood out to you.
Well, if you zoom out a little bit, Anderson, I think at the macro level, you're seeing the continuation of this internal battle within the Democratic Party between the DSA or progressive left and more traditional Democrats. And the results so far, both in Florida tonight and across the country more recently, have been kind of a mixed bag. So it's not clear exactly how this internal battle is going to play out in this election cycle, but clearly the DSA and the progressive left is on the rise in many examples. On the Republican side, Byron Donalds, of course, won handily. I don't think that's a big surprise. But I do think the fact that, he is in a state where he can lead the ticket, raise the money. Florida's got a big fundraising base. That's going to help a lot of the people down ballot in some of the more competitive districts, even if the governor's race isn't particularly competitive in the fall.
Leah, what's your reaction to longtime Florida Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz's projected win?
I don't think it's surprising in the slightest. I think, Wasserman Schultz, Black voters talked a lot in that district in Broward County, talked a lot about experience. One, turnout was not that high, in part because there's a wider sentiment of malaise and I think anger at political institutions. And so this feeling like politicians haven't been doing their job. 2, the politicians that opposed her, the black politicians from the districts, couldn't decide who was actually going to run against her. So they ended up dividing the vote that would have overcome her had they been able to come to some kind of unity or allyship around this. And then 3, the Black voters who did come out said the same thing repeatedly over and over again, which is they wanted somebody who would be able to go to Congress and who had the experience in order to get the job done. I do think one thing that Debbie Wasserman Schultz should be aware of, though, is that because there is this new redistricting, I think these constituents are going to be looking a lot closer at her behavior. So this is not an easy win per se, but instead a win of cautious victory for her.
David, Democrats came close to winning the governor's race in Florida in 2018, the last time midterms were held with Trump in office. Do you think that's ever going to happen again, given how red the state has become?
Governor Pawlenty was raising the victory flag, and I think it's highly likely that Donalds, or I should say it's likely that Donalds will win because there is a 1.5 million vote registration advantage for Republicans in Florida. It was 200,000 in the Democratic direction just 8 years ago. So that has changed dramatically. I will say this, Donald Trump won the state by 13 points. He's now underwater by more than a few in Florida. That's going to affect this race. Midterm elections, even for governor, are going to be affected by the president, and he is not an asset. He is an asset in a Republican primary. He's not an asset in the general election. Now, he'll be able to help Donalds if he wants to disgorge some of that $500 million he has in his MAGA Inc. fund, and Donalds already has raised an enormous amount of money, and he'll have a money advantage. But I suspect this race is going to be closer than people might suspect, because Donalds is a controversial figure. He's a talented politician, but he carries some baggage, and the biggest baggage he may carry in this race could be Donald Trump.
Governor Pawlenty, were you surprised that Governor DeSantis didn't endorse Donalds?
Well, there's been reporting that Governor DeSantis has some concerns about Byron Donalds. I don't know what those are. Apparently, Governor DeSantis had a discussion with the president about those concerns, but I haven't seen reporting about the details of that. So I'm not sure what's behind that. I guess I was a little surprised given the nature of politics in Florida and the likelihood that Congressman Donalds was going to be the nominee. So there's some drama, or at least a story behind that I don't yet know, or we don't yet know.
Leah, do you agree with David about or what do you think about the chances of Democrats actually ever becoming governor again in Florida?
So I think this is a race that is actually about Donalds and the Republican Party. And I think, I agree with David that I think it's not as easy as it looks like. Like, it's not an easy coast. I do think that Donalds is favored in this race, but I think that there are a couple of things that are going to be problematic for Donalds as he comes up against Jolly. The first one being Donald Trump, but the second one being that DeSantis still has declined to endorse Donalds. We all know that they have a history going back and forth in a particularly nasty light. DeSantis has quieted that down a little bit, but has still expressed on multiple occasions his concerns with the idea of Donalds being governor of the state of Florida. And then the third thing I think is something that would be very easy to overlook, which is that Fishback, who should have been eradicated, shouldn't have even gotten on the scoreboard in terms of the primary, it looks like he's going to end up with about 10% of the vote. About 10% of Republicans who came out to vote voted for an open and avowed white nationalist, who very openly had critiques and racist critiques and very explicit statements about Byron Donalds. That is a problem, and it's a problem the Republican Party doesn't want to discuss. They don't want to face it, but it's something that's within the voter base of the party. How are they going to deal with that? Because it will come up again, and it will come up in this race for governor of Florida.
Leah, appreciate it.
I agree with
Pawlenty,
that. I agree with that.
David,
Anderson. I just want to say,
David, thanks.
I agree
Coming
with
up, go ahead.
No, just you look at some of the areas of the state where these movements are based, and he didn't do very well in this primary. So I think race is going to be an element of this that he's going to have to overcome.
Coming up, thank you all. Appreciate it. Breaking news on the war in Iran and what President Trump is telling his envoys about negotiations. We have new reporting on that. And later, the court battle that could impact what your kids see on Facebook. 29 states suing Meta. I'll tell you about the eye-popping damages the tech giant could be forced to pay if it loses. We have breaking news on the war with Iran. According to a U.S. official, the president has told his envoys to halt their conversations with Iran, a reversal from what the administration was saying just 24 hours ago when presidential emissary and son-in-law Jared Kushner described conversation as, quote, positive and active.
I will say that the conversations between the U.S. government and different areas of the Iranian government at all areas is probably more robust than it's maybe ever been. And so there's been a lot of good dialogues, which I think is very, very helpful.
Kushner was not the only one saying there was an ongoing dialogue with Iran. President Trump himself said the same thing yesterday in a phone call with Fox News, the same interview in which he threatened to bomb Oman, a U.S. ally. The president confirmed the existence of a back channel for talks with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Today, however, the president said the exact opposite. He posted online, quote, there are no talks or conversations going on or scheduled with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The naval blockade remains in full force in effect. The Hormuz Strait is open and operating. All water mines have been removed or detonated. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, control of the strait is contested and by any normal definition is not open. According to ship tracking company Marine Traffic, 7 ships transited the Strait of Hormuz over the past 24 hours, which is a far cry from the more than 100 vessels that passed through daily before the war. That did not stop the president, however, from posting this online, a map labeling the Strait of Hormuz as a new U.S. territory, doubling down on his recent claims that he would annex the waterway. Joining us now is former Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, the chief U.S. negotiator for the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran, which President Trump withdrew from in 2018. Ambassador Sherman, given this latest move by the president, I mean, do you see any coherent strategy from this administration on Iran right now?
I don't see a strategy at all, Anderson. I see another tactical maneuver out of great frustration on the president's part. He can't get his way. He can't get Iran to capitulate. The war has increased energy prices for Americans, hurt farmers who rely on fertilizer, hurt our hospitals who rely on helium for their MRI machines. And of course, it's stunted the world economy because of the cost of fuel. So this is a war of choice by the president that has led nowhere except to reduce our credibility around the world and to put himself in a cul-de-sac, in a stalemate, where he just tries one tactic after another without a strategy. And I always want to remind viewers and Americans that the president said he started this because he wanted to have the back of the protesters in Iran who had been summarily killed by the regime. Instead, the regime was decapitated. A new regime came in place, much more hardline, much tougher on its citizens. The president started a war of choice that raised the prices for American families, hurt our credibility abroad, and now he's just trying one more tactic. Don't know what the point is here, what the strategy. It was about the protesters, then it was about ensuring Iran never had a nuclear weapon. Then it's about making sure that the Strait of Hormuz gets opened to help lift the entire world economy and the American economy. Not sure this tactics, I am sure this tactic is not going to get us there.
How do you think the Iran, I mean, given your years of dealing with Iran, how do you think the Iranians are looking at this? The Iranian leadership is looking at this administration.
Iran, Anderson, is a culture of resistance. That was the really underpinning ideology of the revolution back in 1979. And this is a regime that clearly doesn't care about its citizens. It has shot them to death. And the elite in Iran will be okay. They have a multi-layered system. If further decapitation takes place, they're ready for it. They've planned for this. And I think they will outlast President Trump. They know he is easily moves on to the next target. We've seen him talk about how he's now going to try to re-engage with North Korea, try to get Americans' attention onto some new adventure of his. And he thinks he can wait out Iran. Iran is a culture of resistance. They will live with a great deal of pain. They lived through the Iran-Iraq war for 8 years.
He's also been lashing out at U.S. allies recently, not only Oman, as we mentioned, but South Korea as well, for not, I guess, in his mind, helping with the Iranian conflict. What do you think is behind that?
I think it is frustration. We've seen every time the president is frustrated, he goes on the offense, he gets angry, he picks a target. In this case, it's South Korea because he says South Korea wasn't there to help with Iran. But I think it's also because Xi Jinping is coming to Washington on September 24th for a meeting with the President of the United States, and the President is going to China in November for APEC. And I think the President has his eyes on that prize now, trying to move Americans' attention to that. I don't think he's going to get any further with Kim Jong-un than he did the last time round. But I think he thinks that this will help him. Now, China is very sharp, very smart, and their foreign minister is heading to Seoul because they see an opening here. If this is a strategy of President Trump's to say that Asia belongs to China, we will take care of Latin America, and Putin owns Ukraine and Europe, that's a sad state of affairs. It's not good for Americans. It's not good for the world. And it's very bad politically for the President of the United States.
Yeah. So interesting that China sees an opening with South Korea right now. Ambassador Wendy Sherman, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Coming up, breaking news in the death of Hayden Panettiere. Authorities have revealed who summoned paramedics to the South Carolina apartment complex where the 36-year-old actress was found unresponsive. Also, day 2 in the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Laura Coates joins me to talk about who took the stand and the evidence that prompted some of Shakur's family to leave the courtroom. We are learning new details tonight in Hayden Panettiere's death. According to a newly released police report, her boyfriend and his brother were the ones who called 911 to report that the actress was unresponsive on Sunday. The police report also revealed Panettiere's boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, showed the officer a bag of her medications. Her cause of death has not yet been released. Today was day 2 of the trial of Dwayne Keith Davis, who's accused of orchestrating the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur in 1996. Now, prosecutors showed jurors photographs from Tupac Shakur's 1996 autopsy. Some members of his family left the courtroom before the images were shown. Dr. Lisa Gavin, a forensic pathologist and medical examiner for Clark County, Nevada, was one of the witnesses early in the day.
He died of gunshot wounds of chest and abdomen.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
When a medical examiner uses the term homicide, what does that mean?
The simplest form is death at the hands of another.
Joining us now, CNN anchor, former federal prosecutor Laura Coates, who's covering the trial in its entirety for CNN All Access. So what else have we learned from the medical examiner today?
Oh, it was painful to hear the impact of those bullets and those shots on his body. We learned that some went through his thigh and into his abdomen, severing part of his intestine, having to remove part of it. Also, one penetrating under his underarm and through his chest and lodging near the lung, causing a lung to be removed, just to remove 2 liters of blood and trying to close that off to prevent more bleeding. I mean, it was very difficult to really fully grasp the extent of the injuries. He'd also been on life support, causing bloating to his body. And we learned in testimony that there was one witness whose job it was to secure that hospital area so people weren't coming in trying to take photographs. The mother of Tupac Shakur, who has now since passed away, also trying to gatekeep and protect her son in that very vulnerable state.
They also played this video in court of the fight inside the MGM Grand Casino that, according to the prosecution, actually led to Tupac Shakur's killing.
This is why this is so important. You might be thinking to yourself, why on earth are they showing this fight if Tupac Shakur was actually shot? Well, this is all the prosecution's case about retaliation between 2 rival groups, rival gangs. And this is somebody who was beat up. His name is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. He is the nephew of Keffe D, the defendant, who was beaten up at the MGM Grand after a Mike Tyson fight in retaliation for having taken a gold chain off a member of the mob Piru associated with the Bloods gangs that Suge Knight was affiliated with back in Los Angeles Compton area. This is all about the tit for tat. The snatching of the chain led to one injury, then you had the beating of Orlando Anderson, and then you had the vengeance that was sought by Keffe D in shooting Tupac Shakur and, of course, Suge Knight on that Las Vegas trip. It's important to show that there was anger on the behalf of Keffe D as to why he wanted to order the shot of Tupac Shakur, even though he did not pull the trigger.
And the last 2 witnesses were former Death Row associates, which was the label that Tupac Shakur was signed with. What was the reaction to what they said in court?
It was so unbelievable. The second to last witness, Mr. McDonald, was somebody who was a part of Death Row, had left prison, was hired by Suge Knight. He worked in the nightclub that Tupac Shakur was set to perform at later on that evening after that Mike Tyson fight. And he was not cooperative. He did not want to be there. He said, treat me like a hostile witness. He was very, very keen on making sure everyone knew that he was not wanting to be there on his own. But he also gave testimony about the street code, the idea of how he believed that Tupac Shakur had inherited a beef between Death Row and Bad Boy Records, the one affiliated with Sean Diddy Combs, and also that although he said he did not like Keffe D and they were in these sort of rival groups, rival gangs, he did not want to see him go to jail and spoke directly to Keffe D about that.
Laura Coates, appreciate it. Thanks very much. Meta is back in court for yet another legal fight over youth safety and addiction. Opening statements began today in Oakland, California, in a case brought by 29 state attorneys general who allege the Facebook parent company intentionally designed its news feeds and algorithms to be addictive. Now, if Meta loses the case, it could be on the hook for as much as $1.4 trillion in damages. CNN contributor and host of the Rip Current podcast, Jacob Ward, was in the courthouse today. He joins me now. So some observers have likened this trial to big tech's big tobacco moment. How do you see it?
Well, Anderson, I think that's a pretty good description, if only thinking about the legal stakes here. This is the same sort of what they call mass tort lawsuit that we've seen in the case of cigarette companies. And it's that idea that harm was done to people behaviorally, and then beyond that, that these states are alleging against Meta here. It's also, I would point out, something about, it tells us something about the defense going on here. Today we saw basically 3 acts: the opening statements from the states and from Meta's attorneys, along with a star witness from the states. And, Meta's attorneys are also, it harkens back to that cigarette idea, because they are trying to cast doubt on the science of the whole thing, that somehow social media has not been proven to be harmful to kids, and thus that doubt means you can't lay the blame at the feet of Meta. That's all the sort of backdrop that we saw in the lead up here today, Anderson.
We mentioned the judge could also order changes to how Meta's platforms actually operated if the judge wanted to. What would that entail?
I mean, this is the big thing that's so different, right? Whenever I speak to people about this, they say, oh, well, Meta, can afford anything. It doesn't matter what kind of monetary damages come their way. First of all, that's not necessarily true. And second of all, yeah, what's different here is these are states saying to a federal judge, we want you to reach inside the company and change things, change their age verification policies. If it's anything like what New Mexico is looking at, it could be, kids aren't allowed to use it at all past a certain hour of the night, that sort of thing. This is truly a different category of remedy, of punishment that we could see leveled against Meta. It goes far beyond money and gets into the guts of what makes that company go.
Is Mark Zuckerberg expected to testify?
Oh, yes. Mark Zuckerberg, Adam Mosseri, and they'll be called to account for contradictory statements. I mean, what the states are saying here is that in private, Zuckerberg, Mosseri, and others had seen internal research that showed enormously harmful effects at big, scary percentages, but publicly were saying that they did not believe the social media was addictive, did not believe their product was causing harm to teenage mental health. And so it's that contrast, undoubtedly, that they will be called to account for here.
Jacob Ward, I really appreciate it, Jacob. Thanks so much. Coming up, an update on one of the most infamous terrorists in the world, Carlos the Jackal. In the 70s and 80s, he was behind high-profile assassinations and bombings and kidnappings. Finally caught after an international manhunt, is his brand of terror coming back? Pulitzer Prize-winning author Joby Warrick interviewed Carlos for a fascinating new book. We'll talk to him in a moment. Well, Carlos the Jackal was one of the most feared terrorists in the world in the 70s and 80s. He was born Ilich Ramirez Sanchez. He first gained global attention with a brazen attack on a meeting of oil-producing nations in Vienna in 1975. He became one of the world's most wanted fugitives, as famous for his expensive tastes as he was infamous for violence. He was finally caught in 1994 in Sudan by French and U.S. intelligence, and he claims to have killed 83 people, but he was convicted of 16 murders and is serving multiple life sentences in a French prison. Joby Warrick, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, had the rare opportunity to interview the Jackal face-to-face in prison. He's just written a fascinating new book titled The Jackal, The Rise and Fall of Carlos, the World's First Super Terrorist, and he joins me now. So, Joby, congratulations on the book. What was it like sitting across from Carlos, and did anything surprise you about him?
Well, for one thing, it's not that easy to do. The French government has had him prisoner for decades now, and they don't let him talk very often. So I had to work for months to get him to sit down with me. And then you walk into this little prison outside Paris, and in walks Carlos the Jackal, this infamous character from the 70s and 80s, who's now just this, kind of small, diminished man in his 70s with a fading memory, but still the sort of the ego of a narcissistic terrorist, which he once was. And he really had a lot to say about the modern terrorism environment and what he thinks about it.
Well, you write about how the Jackal's brand of terrorist for hire is making a comeback in a way used by regimes like Iran or Russia. Can you just talk about that?
Yeah, so Carlos's MO, as it developed, was to basically be a mercenary terrorist, to do bad things for bad people who didn't want fingerprints, didn't want to take the blame for it. So he did crimes for Muammar Gaddafi from Libya, or for the Iraqis or the Syrians. And that same model really is coming back. We're seeing less of the sort of jihadist terrorism, the Al-Qaeda brand, and more of this, purely geopolitical, purely anti-state kinds of terrorism. The Russians have become very good at it. The Iranians as well. They pick a target. It might be a dissident. It might be a symbolic, institution or target in a Western country, and they hire hitmen. They hire sort of modern-day Carloses to carry out the act, and it's good for them because often they can do it without having to take responsibility or face the blowback for it.
And we've seen that even in the United States, regimes like Iran and others.
Yeah, exactly. There's a famous case just here in New York where an Iranian dissident, a woman, was angering the Iranian government with her outspokenness. So the Iranians managed to hire a guy from Brooklyn, somebody that was met in prison. He was a convicted murderer. So one of his cellmates made the connection, and he was given money to try to kill this Iranian woman. He didn't succeed, fortunately. He was caught, but that's exactly the kind of sort of the template that Carlos pioneered back in his day. And you see the Russians and the Iranians both doing this quite a lot now.
I mean, you've written incredible books about ISIS. I'm a huge fan of your work. Coming up on this big anniversary on 9/11, I'm wondering what is the state of Al-Qaeda and ISIS?
Well, you see both of those movements as being much diminished now. But the one thing ISIS brought to us that we're still stuck with is this ability to inspire people to do things for them. And you don't have to have a caliphate. You don't have to have a central organization. You don't even have to become a member of ISIS to do something for them, to carry out a terrorist attack, and then give them credit. And that still happens, and I think that's always going to be with us. And now we're going to have these other types of terrorism that perhaps are layered on top of that.
Did Carlos, did the Jackal show any remorse? I assume not.
Well, the only thing that I could get him to say he was truly sorry about was that he regretted not killing more people. And he was very specific about it. There are people that came after him, people who betrayed him, and he just says, gee, I should have been faster with my gun and taking care of this guy or that guy. Other than that, this is part of the sort of the narcissistic brain. Feels no empathy, sees no problem with the people that he killed who were completely innocent bystanders, and just because he's Carlos, and this really comes across in the book, it was always about him. He loved being the colorful outlaw, the guy that everybody was chasing, and he lived it to the hilt until he was finally caught 30 years ago.
Wow. It's so fascinating. I mean, it's incredible that it took so long to finally get that meeting. Congratulations on the book. It's a fascinating read. Joby Warrick, thank you. That's it for us. The news continues. The Source starts now.
Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, and you're watching CNN's live continuing coverage of election night in America. Voters are casting their ballots in 4 states today. The highest profile races are in Florida, where results are pouring in, like the race for the Republican nominee for governor. The Trump-backed candidate, Congressman Byron Donalds, is projected to win, and he'll face former Republican Congressman David Jolly, who is now a Democrat and projected to win his party's primary. While in the primaries for U.S. Senate, a big upset. A Democratic socialist, Angie Nixon, is projected to defeat a well-funded, more establishment, well-known candidate, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman, who was a top witness in President Trump's first impeachment inquiry. Nixon will face GOP Senator Ashley Moody, who is serving the rest of former Senator, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio's term. Florida is key to Republican efforts to hold their congressional majority. It is a state where, you remember, they redrew the congressional map in an attempt to pick up 4 more seats. The impact of the new maps already is being felt as Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz is projected to win Florida's redrawn 20th district. Her win likely means, for the first time in more than 30 years, that part of South Florida's Broward County will not be represented by a black lawmaker. While CNN has projected that Congressman Jared Moskowitz will defeat a challenge from his left in the newly drawn 25th district. The congressman will join me live shortly. Right now, I want to get to CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enten, who is tracking all the numbers for us. Harry, tell us more about what we're seeing in Florida.
Yeah, there are a lot of numbers coming out tonight, but I want to start, Dana, by looking at the race that honestly surprised me the most, and that is the special Democratic Senate primary in the great state of Florida. You know, Alex Vindman, obviously well known to our audience, well known to anyone who's been following politics at all for a long period of time. Of course, as you mentioned, a key witness in that first Trump impeachment trial, lost. He lost to a Democratic socialist, and Angie Nixon. And you can see it on your screen right here. It wasn't just that he lost by like 1 or 2 points. He lost by 12 points. He lost by a dozen to a Democratic socialist, a self-identified Democratic socialist. You know, we've been talking about this. Oh, is this just an urban phenomenon? Oh, is this one that is just, you know, in the Northeast, maybe Denver, you know, basically these liberal cities? Not anymore. It has come to the southern United States. Angie Nixon easily winning this. You see a lot more light blue on your screen. Now, I will point out Nixon has very much of an uphill battle come the general election. You mentioned it. She'll be going up against Ashley Moody, who crushed it. I mean, she just crushed it. It's all Moody red on this one. I know we got different shades of red, colors that I've never even heard of before or can't pronounce. But in her shade of red, look at that. 80% of the vote. She is the clear favorite going into the general election and will probably continue to be held in Republican hands. Now, beyond that, what about on the gubernatorial side, right? Well, Florida has a real chance to make some history. Byron Donalds, of course, the congressman endorsed by President Trump, who, of course, voted by mail. That's a whole other thing I won't necessarily get into. But Byron Donalds, easily the winner here, basically doubling up on the lieutenant governor in that state, Jay Collins. I will note that Donalds did better in the southern part of the state. This is right around where he represents, right around the Naples area. But overall, an easy win. Of course, he'll be facing off, as you mentioned, against David Jolly, one of a couple of Florida lawmakers who were once Republicans and are now Democrats. Of course, Charlie Crist also comes to mind. David Jolly winning rather easily on a Dana Foster there, 61% to 15%, crushing the field. But that is a race where I think Democrats will be more competitive than they might necessarily be in the Senate race, but we'll just have to wait and see. But one in which Donalds is the favorite heading into the fall. And I will note, of course, he'll be the first African-American governor of the great state of Florida. A number of African-American or black lawmakers, I should point out, that who are running this year for governors may win. David Crowley, of course, being up there in Wisconsin. Now, you mentioned those House races, right? Yeah. So let's see if I can figure this out. This is always fun for me. As we kind of go down into our thing, this is always fun where I try and click and see if I can actually get it right. And I got it right. Oh, my God, on the first try. Bingo, bingo. This is great. Great for the winners, great for me here as I'm trying to hit these districts right. There we go. Look at this. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, you know, 46% of the vote. I think there was this whole question whether or not the black vote would be divided, right? And she chose to run in this district. You mentioned it. Black lawmakers have been representing this district for a long period of time. But, you know, she's nearly getting a majority of that vote right there. And then I will point out, you know, you mentioned Jared Moskowitz. You know, we mentioned DSA winning in the Senate side in Florida, not in this district. Jared Moskowitz defeating Oliver Larkin. Now, unlike Wasserman Schultz, who's a heavy favorite going into the fall, Moskowitz very much faces an uphill battle in terms of this is a district that Trump won rather easily. Finally, if I can, let's see if, since they're giving me the time here, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. And let's go down here. This is a favorite district of mine. This is a district in which the Trump-backed candidate in the 19th district actually lost in this district, only getting 22% of the vote. And this, to me, was just one of the craziest things. I love these election nights. Yeah, this was nutter butter, right? I mean, we got Jim Oberweis, who was a former guy who ran in Illinois. Madison Cawthorn, who was a former representative from North Carolina, getting a little bit less than 9% of the vote. Chris Collins, New York, he ran as well, getting 7% of the vote. So this was just an overall kind of nutty map. And then finally, if I could just zoom out, and let's see if I can get up here to the right district. Corey Mills, of course, running. He was running, obviously, scandal-plagued. At this point, look at that. You can see it right there. Adios, amigos, goodbye, with just 34% of the vote. Turns out scandals still do matter in politics, Dana.
Ish. In this one, it did.
It did. It did. At least
It did.
sometimes it matters. It sometimes matters.
Harry, thank you so much for all
Thank
of
you.
that. I think you did all of that without a breath. Very
I
impressive.
tried my best.
Let's go to CNN political director David Chalian. David, put everything that we just saw and everything that we're just seeing into perspective the way that you always do.
Well, first, let's just start where Harry left off. That is incumbent Corey Mills, who lost. That's the 11th House incumbent to lose in a primary season this year. In our lifetime, Dana, that's a record for a non-traditional redistricting year. I know there was redistricting some bit this year, but not countrywide, obviously. And that is, to me, part, yes, scandal plagued, but also just part of this energy that we are seeing from voters, that they are not interested in just having people keep these jobs in Congress. The establishment across both parties is just not a winning attribute right now for voters in this country. Yes, this was a specific case, but it also fits that broader pattern. And I would say another thing to look at here about fitting broader patterns is that Senate race on the Democratic side. I mean, when you look at what happened there with Angie Nixon defeating, not just defeating Alex Vindman, by 12 percentage points, this fits the pattern of what we've been seeing inside Democratic primary politics across the country in this primary season, which is that the energy is on the progressive left. That is where the grassroots energy is. This is a candidate, Angie Nixon, who raised $1 million compared to Alex Vindman, who was fundraising like gangbusters, raised $16 million. Think about that. Money used to be very determinative in politics. Not the case in this race. Vindman was using his celebrity as a Trump impeachment character to raise a lot of money, but that did not matter to that progressive left-wing energy that we are seeing in the grassroots of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, and of course, there's always an exception to every rule. Debbie Wasserman Schultz won, and she is the ultimate incumbent. I mean, she's been representing Florida in some way for like almost 35 years. And then, of course, Jared Moskowitz beat the DSA candidate there. He's got a big uphill battle.
But as you noted, the redrawing of districts in Florida have allowed maybe Republicans to perhaps get 4 additional seats out of those new DeSantis-approved maps. Jared Moskowitz is going to be a perfect example to sort of test that because he's in a redrawn district now. He won this primary. He defeated that progressive left challenge, but now he's running in a Trump plus 9 district where Trump would have defeated Harris in that district if it looked like that in 2024 by 9 points. That's the uphill climb Harry was referring to.
Yeah, and it is a real test because of the climate that this country is in and the climate that voters are making very clear that feel about the president, even in his home state. David, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Our political sources are here. Former Obama campaign advisor Amisha Cross, former Biden White House communications director Kate Bedingfield, Republican strategist Shermichael Singleton, and former RNC communications director Doug Heye. Happy election night, one and all. Kate, I'm going to start with you. And what is your sort of overall takeaway, specifically when it comes to the whole fight within the Democratic Party for the nothing short of the soul?
I don't think we got a clear answer tonight. We got a lot of mixed messages, but a lot of important themes that have played out in other states and other primaries as we've led up to tonight. Certainly we have this surprise win from the DSA candidate, and I think one of the takeaways for me from that race, Vindman, obviously sort of a national political celebrity, certainly somebody who's been very critical of Trump. Angie Nixon really, ran a race that seemed, I think in many ways felt sort of closer to home. She was very, very aggressive in how she took on Ron DeSantis around redistricting. She went and, sat in at the governor's mansion. And I think the energy that Democratic voters are looking for really manifests itself in that very aggressive way that she took on this campaign. So no question that is continuing to be something that is very energizing to Democratic voters. But then, as you note, of course, on the House side, you have candidates like Jared Moskowitz, like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who certainly represent in broad strokes the more sort of establishment wing of the party, who were successful tonight. So, I think my big takeaway, broadly speaking, Democratic voters want fighters. They manifest themselves in different ways, and candidates matter in races. They matter in districts, particularly in House races, and I think that's part of why Jared Moskowitz and Debbie Wasserman Schultz were successful tonight.
I would argue this is less of an establishment versus non-establishment fight, as it is, as more of it is these individuals understanding what matters to people on the ground. Vindman, for all of his credit and the great work he did during the impeachment hearings, that dog does not hunt in Florida. Unfortunately for him, nationalizing and trying to nationalize that race in this political environment was not necessarily helpful, despite the loads of money that he was able to bring in. I do kind of take issue with, and I've seen it on multiple networks at this point, basically placing Nixon in the DSA camp squarely, because even though, yes, she self-identifies as one, how she won was because she spoke to the needs and the issues of the people on the ground. She did not run on a DSA platform. What she did was talk about some of the negative effects of what Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has done. And she nailed that home over and over and over again. She understood her constituency very well. And she also applied that pressure from the beginning of her campaign till the end. I do think that when we talk about DSA candidates specifically, we have to move out of, okay, well, they're in the ultra progressive lane. They're in an ultra, this is what matters to the people in my district lane. This is what matters to the American voters lane. And they're running on those particular issues.
Right. I think that's an important point, that so much of what the sort of DSA candidates are running on aren't always end Thanksgiving and and abolish the Senate and things like that. Yes, it's in the National Party platform.
I wish that were the case.
but they are running on some of the issues, frankly, that Donald Trump talked about back in the day. I don't know, 2 years ago.
Yeah. The populism is still, I would argue, a through line to a lot of voters at the base level in both parties, and that was some of the criticism that Trump received in his first run from a lot of more traditional establishment Republicans, was that this guy isn't really a conservative. This populist rhetoric and messaging doesn't necessarily fit into conservatism of the Reagan or the Bush era, as you might recall, Doug, very well. That said, though,
I was really young in the Reagan years, just so I'm clear, okay? Wasn't even a teenager yet.
But I think when I look at this, my assessment is quite clear. Democrats are really having to figure out which iteration of their party moves into 2028. Will it be the more traditional establishment wing that I think Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer represents, or will it be the wing of Bernie Sanders and AOC and many of the candidates that they have endorsed? That's going to make this very complicated for them, I think, moving forward. From the Republican perspective, you look at Byron Donalds, one will make history, I believe, come November. $58 million cash on hand this guy has raised. When you look at the Republicans across the country, despite what is expected to be successes among Democrats come November, we have a cash advantage that I would argue will make a lot of these races far more competitive than they would have been maybe 10 years ago, when congressional districts certainly weren't as gerrymandered as they are today. And so the cash advantage doesn't necessarily mean an outright stop to their progress, being Democrats, but it certainly means that they're going to have to spend way more money than they probably have expected. And with that advantage that we have, it becomes, quite frankly, really challenging for them.
I would argue that that's going to be highly dependent on where Americans' pocketbooks are by November. Because what we do know is that despite, even in some of these intra-party races, despite being outraised sometimes 5-1, at the end of the day, if individuals cannot put together a policy platform that matters when it comes to affordability, if gas prices are still astronomical, if people can't afford to eat, they're going to go with the candidate that they believe is going to be able to relieve their everyday life.
Doug, I want to bring you in on, well, really whatever your main takeaway is, which you can pivot to, because, whatever. But Congressman Corey Mills, the fact that he is an incumbent Republican who was kicked out, yes, he had allegations against him of misconduct and so forth. But I remember, you don't go far back as Reagan, but I remember not quite as far back to the Tea Party when I was covering Eric Cantor and you were working for him as his deputy chief of staff. And he lost as not only just a run-of-the-mill incumbent, he was a member of the leadership. And now, and that was the beginning of a trend. And now, as David Chalian said, the trend is record-breaking this year.
Well, the trend preceded that. We had the Tea Party election of 2010.
Right.
And what did we hear? We need more fighters. The establishment, bad, right? And if you just change the words or the letters DSA into Tea Party, the conversation is remarkably similar. This is history rhyming, if not repeating itself. You just change the cast of characters. And what I see in that is one, this remarkable similarity, but also it tells me that I think R&D, we're going to wake up on the day after the election and be surprised at some incumbents who lost, Republicans or Democrats, that weren't on anybody's radar screen because voters are just really mad. And what do they want? They don't really know, other than prices coming down. They just want somebody who's going to fight. So if Democrats retake the House, as I expect they will, you guys, good luck. Because Raul Labrador, when he became a Republican member of Congress in 2011, he said, I didn't come here to be a part of any team.
Yep.
You're going to have a lot of people who don't want to be on your team, and that's going to be a real problem trying to corral these people moving forward.
And where are
and
most
Hakeem's
of
not
those-
Nancy.
Where are most of those Tea Party folks today? They're
Gone.
gone.
Yeah. Well, they.
And a lot of them didn't win, right? In
They didn't win,
2010,
but a
they
lot
did.
of them ran to just be there for a couple
But
of
to
terms.
your question about Corey Mills,
Yeah.
Look, it's a very tight House majority. I get it. But Corey Mills should have been in the rearview mirror before. Max Miller, get a bus, drive it over them, back it up, back and forth, and back and forth. Get rid of these guys because they will hurt you in November.
You obviously mean that metaphorically.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to put that on the record. Everybody stick around. Up next, we're going to talk more about tonight's primaries, plus a big uh-oh moment just happened during a GOP Senate debate in South Carolina. We're going to show you after a break. Welcome back to CNN's live continuing coverage of election night in America. We're still waiting for polls to close and results in a number of key races in Alaska, Wyoming, and California. But tonight there was also a debate in South Carolina. And this moment from the Republican Senator, Darlene Graham, was something that is already getting a lot of attention and likely will even more as the hours tick on.
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? And if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security. But I do support the military. My brother was in the Air Force for 33 years. So I will do everything I can to support the military. My dad was in the Army. I'm not a polished politician up here. National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
Political sources are back now. On the Republican side here, so she's running, she obviously was appointed by the governor, and she is running now in a runoff against Ralph Norman, who is a sitting House member. What do you think?
Look, the big advantage that she had were twofold. One, the Trump endorsement. Obviously, he's going to campaign with her. But the Trump endorsement is a boost. It's not determinative. Debates are one of the reasons why. The other is her name ID. But it's her last name ID. They're learning who Darlene is. And a moment like this can really spin out of control very quickly.
I agree with Doug. I mean, Ralph Norman, if he's smart, will run ad after ad saying this is someone who was selected. You didn't vote for her. You didn't choose her. This was a coronation, something that our party has been very critical of the other side of doing previous elections. Kamala Harris being the most recent example. This is someone where the country is in a crisis with conflicts across the globe. Is this the person we should send to the United States Senate? I think the attack ads write themselves.
And neither party penalizes you for being too tough on China.
No,
Right.
This
not at all.
actually could have been a very easy answer for her.
Let me devil's advocate this for a second, which is, if you noticed when Darlene Graham announced that she was actually going to run and not just be a caretaker senator because her brother passed away, one of the first things she said was, I used to tell Lindsey, you need to not focus so much on national security and you need to focus on affordability. Is there any world in which, especially Kate is somebody who's prepped a lot of people for debates, in which there will be any grace given to her, not just because of who her brother was, but because of how people are actually feeling in South Carolina?
Well, I do think broadly speaking, it can be very effective for somebody to say, hey, I'm not a polished politician. And people actually, they tend to like that. I think when the question, particularly when it feels like the moderator of the debate is maybe trying to gotcha or is trying to seem, smarter, slicker somehow than the candidate. I think the average person watching a debate tends to actually kind of instinctually side with the person who says, like, I'm not here to play your games. The issue with this is a pretty basic question of national security, and people feel uneasy, they feel on edge, in part because of Trump's chosen war in Iran. There's a lot of anxiety about how the United States is conducting itself in the world. People not only are, is their gas incredibly much more expensive because of this war, but people are also worried. And so if you are asking to sit in the United States Senate and you can't answer a basic question about how you would help keep Americans safe, there's not as much grace for that as there would be, in my opinion, answering a question about tech policy or even economic policy to some extent.
If we were in peacetime and not actively at war, if we didn't know what was happening with naval ships currently, was not actually happening with naval ships, if we weren't spending multi-billions of dollars a day in a war that the president cannot really tell people why we got into it in the first place, that answer may not have been as big of a deal. But unfortunately for her, it's going to matter. She is being handpicked to walk into a Senate seat, and beyond that, she wants to run for that Senate seat. With that being said, I expect every person in the U.S. Senate to have some understanding of foreign policy. That doesn't mean that you have to be an expert, but it does mean that you should know something. And she was not asked a tough question. That was basically low-hanging fruit. Right. And even in devil's advocate play, and she wanted to flip it to affordability, guess what? In that clip, she did not. Yeah. She told us she had relatives in the military, as do I. Several people have relatives in the military. That does not make that a substantive enough.
That was a good moment to pivot,
question.
though, to your point, and you should immediately say, look, what Americans are focused on right now is affordability, gas prices. South Carolinians want someone to go to the Congress and fight for them, their pocketbook issues. That would have been the right moment to do that.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for joining me. Appreciate it. Up next, my source briefed presidents and became the White House's senior career intelligence official. Then a Trump ally targeted her for being transgender. Now she's sharing her incredible story. Tonight, a high-ranking national security official ousted by the Trump administration is revealing stunning new details from inside President Trump's national security team, and she is my next source. Over 2 decades, Julia Curley held the ear of some of the most powerful policymakers in Washington as a high-ranking CIA official. She became the first CIA officer to openly transition to a woman, walking a careful line for years, authoring articles for The Atlantic under the pseudonym Jenny Hall about how being trans at the CIA made her a better officer. The CIA actually used her stories for college campus recruitment. She rose to become Vice President Mike Pence's daily briefer, served in the Biden White House, and then became a senior intelligence official on the National Security Council when President Trump took office again. But in a new piece out in The Atlantic, she details the chaotic opening weeks of serving in President Trump's second term before being fired amid the administration's anti-transgender policy crackdown. She wrote, "The White House had needed me. Trump officials had known I was trans from day one. This hadn't been an issue until it was public, and then nothing else I'd done mattered. Not my service, not my war zone tours, not even which restroom I used. I was the wrong kind of American." Julia Curley joins me now, and she currently serves as a public service fellow at Lawfare. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Wow. First of all, what a beautifully written piece.
I appreciate it.
It really is. And given the fact that you, as I mentioned, spent 2 decades at the CIA, briefed presidents, senior officials in both parties and multiple administrations, why did you decide to speak out under your real name now?
So there were a couple of reasons. One, it became impossible for me to continue as a CIA officer for a number of reasons. Whether it was my inability to use the bathroom in the building where I worked, or my passport being taken away from me and being reissued saying male, hardly conducive to me traveling abroad as a CIA officer, but also just this assault on public servants including myself, of which trans people are many, but not the whole story. Many others have been fired for telling the president and other senior officials what they don't want to hear. And so while I don't speak for them, I know they can't speak. And so I wanted to be able to tell my story about how I had served in this administration without problem until it became public, and about the other officers that are trying to hold the line but can't when the very risk of their being fired and losing their livelihoods is on the line every time they provide an assessment.
And just the last part, their livelihoods they're on the line when they provide an assessment. That's any officer you're referring to, not just trans officers.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there have been very senior, highly respected CIA officers who have been fired by this administration for speaking the truth, for living up to the values that we teach our young officers.
I want to talk a little bit more about your experience, because I guess put me in the opening days of this administration, Trump's second term. You were, again in Trump 1, you stayed through Biden, and you were still there. And coming off of a 2024 campaign where President Trump campaigned hard against trans rights, made it very clear that he was going to change a lot of policies, and then he did. What was that like, serving in the National Security Council under President Trump at such a high level?
Well, many people warned us not to leave because they feared, in the end rightly, that we would be individually targeted. But I was happy to say that almost all of the National Security Council career civil service officers decided to stay. I had always thought of it as my duty, what I had been taught since I was a young officer, to serve regardless of party. And I had always done that. In the first term, I had served the Trump White House for 2 years. I was the PDB briefer. For Mike Pence, I briefed President Trump on Air Force One. And it was hard, but it was fine. In the end of the day, I had a wonderful experience. I got to live the dream that most baby analysts someday wish they can fulfill by serving a president. And so I thought it would be hard, but I thought it would be manageable. And I ended up being wrong.
And when you say you thought it would be hard, talk about, these are my words, not yours, kind of the walls closing in.
Yeah.
Your passport, the bathroom, the day-to-day experience of that. Even the bathroom, you write about having to leave the campus.
Yeah, so I was the acting senior director for intelligence programs on day 1 and 2, and then day 3, my team is intact and it's spanning out to try to brief in the new administration. When all of the staff are summoned to a phone call in which they're basically told, you're all fired, you have 15 minutes to get off the compound. I had been over in the West Wing briefing the Deputy National Security Advisor on some of our most important programs, only to emerge to find out that the whole team had been let go. And in a moment, it just threw everything that we had prepared into chaos. There were no individuals identified to replace the people that had just been dismissed. Many of the key programs, intelligence compartments that we needed to brief in the new administration, we couldn't do it because the people that would have done that had been just walked off the compound. It was chaotic. Several of the new senior people coming in could not be briefed. And this went on for a week or two until I was able to bring back some people, till I called and begged them to come back, the people that had been humiliated by the administration, and they came back. And just slowly, day by day, we put the pieces back together. I managed to serve until about 69 days in, until I received a phone call as I wrote at a rib joint in Roanoke, Virginia, with my family, telling me that my tour was over. And I accepted that. They couldn't tell me why. But then in a moment, my phone explodes with all of my friends forwarding the same tweet at once, in which a far-right influencer had...
Laura Loomer
had demanded my identity and, asked for someone to reveal it to the world so that we could drive out this trans-Biden holdover in the NSC. At the end of this call from my boss who had said that my tour was over, they also had asked me to come back to work on Monday. So I was fired on Monday and asked for return, or fired on...
Can we just talk about that for a second? So you're fired.
On a Saturday,
Yeah.
when you're out with your family after a not so subtle tweet from Laura Loomer about you, and then they said, but please come back on Monday anyway, even though we're firing you?
Yeah, yeah, they still needed me. I was helping with a very important budget item. The new administration was still getting up and running, and we had 2 years of turnover to conduct.
Yeah, and then you went back to the CIA from there. You were fired from your post at the White House,
Right,
but you stayed
right,
in the agency. I want to go back in time to
Sure thing.
Trump 1 and Mike Pence. The Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Beth Sanner, who's now our colleague and friend here, told me that she identified you as the perfect person to brief Mike Pence, the Vice President, daily on the nation's top secrets, because she just thought you would be simpatico.
Well, Beth is a dear friend, and I had been assigned to brief the Deputy National Security Advisor in the West Wing for a few months when she walked into my office and she said, Julia, what would you think about briefing the Vice President? And my reaction was, this Vice President?
And just to put a finer point on it,
Yeah.
you said this Vice President is because Mike Pence is not shy about his personal views about men and women and their gender assignments, and also follows through on that, on what he supports policy-wise.
Right. No, I was fully aware of that, but in the CIA I joined, it didn't matter. You left your politics at the gate, and you served the duly elected leaders of the United States. And so I can't say it was an easy decision, but my wife and I decided to do that.
And your experience, you write about a very positive experience
I did.
working with Mike Pence.
Yeah, it might come as some surprise to people, but he treated me with great dignity. And my family invited us over to his Christmas party, and it was a marvelous experience. And he was an excellent user of intelligence in an administration where that was not a common trait. He took the briefing religiously. And I was very impressed with how he used the intelligence community as it was designed.
Can you talk about what happened towards the end with Mike Pence and what he said to you?
Yeah, so he had asked me to extend, and I did work an additional few months, and then at the end, he invited my family to the West Wing, including my mother, and he had, my mom had had a very difficult time at one point with my transition, when I transitioned genders many years before. And I'm standing there in Mike Pence's ceremonial West Wing office, and he's taking my mother's hand, and he said, "You must be very proud of your daughter." And I'm just sitting there looking at the scene and thinking, this is incredible. And for me personally, who had had these two dreams all of my life, unexplainable in either case, of wanting to be a CIA officer and having this conviction that I should have been born a woman, it was incredible to see both of these things happen together and have Mike Pence be the one to tell my mom that she should be proud of her daughter. And so for me personally, I thought that meant that we'd made it in terms of acceptance. What we were certainly not, it was certainly not perfect, but it somewhat explains my decision to stay. That if that could be our world, and I lived with the parallel universe of my life where Mike Pence had a gay trans PDB briefer for several years and nobody cared, and surely I could stay and do my duty for the new Trump administration.
Yeah, well, the first term and the second term were quite different because of, I think, for lots of reasons, but including and especially the way that the president campaigned without Mike Pence on the ticket. I have covered Mike Pence for a long time. That story doesn't surprise me. He understands intelligence, and he's a nice man. So you obviously experienced that. Thank you so much for telling your story.
Absolutely.
And for being here. And again, it was beautifully written.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Pleasure.
Julia Curley. And we reached out to the White House for comment ahead of our interview with Julia Curley. We got a statement that said, quote, "President Trump is the duly elected president of the United States. He can remove any executive branch official at his discretion. Trump administration officials are entrusted with advancing the America First agenda that nearly 80 million Americans elected him to implement. Anyone who writes a 3,000-word op-ed bragging about themselves while attacking the president clearly doesn't belong in public service. Up next, staying in Florida, my next source just inched closer in his fight for re-election in redrawn South Florida. Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz will be here next. Breaking tonight, CNN projects Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz will fend off a challenge from Democratic Socialist Oliver Larkin in Florida's newly redrawn 25th district. It's a win for the moderate wing of the Democratic Party in what is expected to be one of Florida's most competitive House races in November. Congressman Moskowitz joins me now. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on your primary win tonight. What do you think it says? What message does it send?
Well, I mean, look, the voters of the new 25th district, which was gerrymandered by my Republican colleagues to try to take me out of the House, they did that in the cover of darkness in 2 days to try to remove 4 Democrats from the House. I think the voters tonight, more Democrats voted than Republicans in this new 25th district. People want to see a change. They want to see people talk about affordability. They want to see talking about getting our health care prices down. They want us to go to Washington, and they want to demand change and to stop the corruption that they've seen from this administration. So I want to thank the voters, the new voters of the 25th, 50% of my old district. I want to thank the people that I've been able to represent for the last 3.5 years. And I want to thank the new voters of the 25th for giving me a chance to represent the Democratic Party in the general election.
Congressman, you are an incumbent. How is your win change?
Well, because it's a new district, actually. Even though I currently serve, because of the gerrymandering, half the district is new. So I'm really not an incumbent for this. But my brand of politics, Dana, I mean, you're talking to someone who has taken on the administration. I led the fight to get Kristi Noem fired. But also, I'm willing to work across the aisle because, look, if there's a good idea, I don't care who it comes from, people want normalcy. They want to stop this, you know, left extreme, right extreme. They want Washington to work for them. And that's what I've done for the 20 years that I've been in public service.
You have been very outspoken in your criticism of democratic socialism. And you said recently, thankfully, we live in Florida and we don't have democratic socialists like they have in New York. More than 16,000 Floridians, at least as of now, voted for your democratic socialist opponent. What does your race and this epic fight that is going on between whether they're called democratic socialists, self-described, or they fit sort of that perspective, and that you just described, what does this race tell America or tell the party?
Well, look, I think there's anger, justifiably, on how the election went down, the fact that we lost all the swing states, we lost the popular vote. And so, yeah, look, I think there were a lot of people who didn't vote for me tonight that maybe didn't vote for socialism, but voted against the status quo and wanted to send a message. And I understand that, and I've been listening to those voters. But look, you got to remember, 25% of this district is Jewish, 20% of this district is Hispanic. People have escaped socialism. And when they hear folks from the DSA go on television and talk about, you know, how they want to abolish the Senate, which, you know, don't give Trump any ideas, and they, you know, they want to get rid of prisons, and you know, no borders. You know, most Americans hear that stuff and they say, what is going on? And look, these people go on Fox News. Fox News wants to book these people every single day if they could, so that these people can talk about how we're just going to get rid of prisons and get rid of, you know, Article 1 of the Constitution. That's not what the American people want. The American people want change. They want change, but they don't want this sort of extremism.
You mentioned that this new district is about 25% Jewish, which is a big percentage. And a big part of the debate and the campaign that you had against your opponent was about support for, financial support for, and other support for Israel.
Well, look, that was a big feature of his campaign. That was, I think, the topic 1, 2, and 3 for his campaign. I think really that's why they targeted me in this district. I mean, my opponent was the first person, I think, endorsed by DSA National in 2026. And this was their core issue. And I think you'll see, obviously, when it comes to Florida, the voters rejected that. They want to hear about other things other than Israel. This is a pro-Israel district. And, the stuff that, might work in New York or might work other places in the country is not going to work in South Florida.
So let's talk about the general election, because as you said, rightly so, the whole state, particularly South Florida, was redrawn. And now you have won the Democratic primary, but it's going to be a competitive general election fight. President Trump did pretty well in what is now your district. How are you going to run against the Republican to make sure that this actually doesn't go into GOP hands?
Well, look, we're going to put forward, my record, which is someone who has worked across the aisle. After the shooting at my high school, Marjory Stoneman Douglas, I worked with Republicans to respond to that for the students and the families and the parents who lost loved ones in that building. When a governor from the other side of the aisle said, Jared, you're an emergency management expert, Florida needs an emergency management director. Will you do it? I left my family and my young kids to go serve the residents of Florida, to be the emergency management director, which I did for a Category 5 storm in Hurricane Michael, and then COVID as well. So I have a proven record of working across the aisle, which I've brought to Washington. And so what I'm going to say to the residents of 25, which is let's reject the extremes of the left and the right, and let's work together and bring the change that Americans want, which is to lower costs for the American people.
Congressman Jared Moskowitz, thank you for being here. Congratulations on your primary win tonight.
Thanks, Dana.
And up next, the source code. We're giving you a number at the center of a story in the news. Can you guess the story? Tonight's source code is 100 million. We'll be right back with the answer. Tonight's source code is $100 million. That's how much a record number of Trump White House officials are worth, according to the consumer advocacy group Public Citizen. It found 57 Trump officials are worth that much. That's 4 times more than the last 3 presidents combined. 17 are ambassadors. The other 40 are in senior posts across the executive branch. Thanks for joining us. CNN's coverage of Primary Night in America continues. Newsnight with Abby Phillip starts right now.
Tonight, the results are in as more MAGA candidates seek primary wins, while their leader faces historic low approvals. Plus, the defense secretary campaigns in Iowa, despite a 6-month war and a Navy ship reportedly in crisis. Also,
the draft-dodging crook president.
After striking MAGA's nerve with a dig about Trump and his aide, Jon Ossoff hits harder.
I do not want Eva and Lila to grow up in a world defined by the values of Donald J. Trump.
And while the establishment debates how to handle socialists, some Democrats are opening their arms.
I believe it's time for big ideas, which many of these candidates are throwing out.
Live at the table, Tara Setmeyer, Noah Rothman, Roderica Applewhite, Brianna Lyman, and Charlie Dent. Americans with different perspectives aren't talking to each other, but here they do.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in New York. The results are rolling in on this election night in America. Voters in 4 states cast their ballots, including the state that President Trump calls home, Florida. Tonight's contests are testing the president's influence there. And like the race to replace Governor Ron DeSantis, that's where the Trump-backed candidate, Congressman Byron Donalds, is projected to be the GOP nominee. Donalds will face Democrat David Jolly, who used to be a Republican but left the party in 2018 amid frustrations with the direction it was going in. And in the race for Florida Senate, the Democratic Socialists can tick off another primary victory after Angie Nixon won her party's nomination in a shocking upset. She'll face GOP Senator Ashley Moody, who is serving out the rest of Marco Rubio's term. Meanwhile, the president's endorsement stumbled tonight after the candidate he backed, Catalina Loft, lost to Jim Swartzel in the race for Florida's 19th congressional district. Corey Mills, also endorsed by Donald Trump, lost to former news anchor Ryan Elijah in the GOP primary for the state's 7th congressional district. Before we open it up to the table, as always, we're going to invite you at home to join the debate. Go to cnn.com/Abby. Weigh in there. We'll get to your comments as we go throughout the show. A lot of interesting themes playing out in Florida tonight, because this is a state that, you know, congrats to them. They count their votes fast. We know what happened there. But let's start with the mixed picture of Trump's endorsements in the state. I mean, Byron Donalds won a very clear victory, but he made 2 other endorsements, including Corey Mills, who is under ethics investigation. He is a very controversial figure. The president had endorsed him earlier in the year, but did not rescind that endorsement after all of this followed, and he lost. So where are we now in terms of Trump's endorsement, you think?
Well, it doesn't mean as much as it used to. It's not necessarily determinative. It helps. And in the case of Mills, I mean, he's scandal-plagued, and the laws of political gravity still apply in some cases, as he found out, and I suspect we might find out in Ohio, too, at some point. So I think that's part of it, and I thought it was really interesting in the race where also he failed in his endorsement. You had, I think, 3 former congressmen.
That was the one where Madison Cawthorn
and Chris Collins and Jim Oberweis, who ran for Congress 2 or 3 times in Illinois and lost again.
Yeah. In the governor's race, there was this weird dynamic where Byron Donalds was sort of like the kind of establishment figure, but he was being challenged by someone who frankly came out of nowhere, James Fishback, and was appealing to a kind of younger constituency in the Republican Party. And, you know, I think that there are some that have suggested that Fishback was trying to channel this like very online right. Seems like that failed spectacularly tonight. Is this the end?
And deservedly so. Yeah. Is this the end? I would never say that. Is it something that Republicans can afford to sleep on? No. However, we could make more of it than it deserves. It's a 10% vote out of the vote share, which is not an especially impressive showing. Did very well in college campuses, which is, again, something that Republicans have to be worried about. Is this merely a protest vote? Are they just being provocative? Or is this a sign of things to come? This candidate plays with racist themes, anti-Semitic themes, white nationalist themes, and that's how he generated as much traction as he did. But even then, he got 10% of the vote. Meanwhile, Kurt Mills is gone, Tennessee, Andy Ogallis is gone, in North Carolina, Chuck Edwards is gone, very flawed candidates, competitive races that they would have run had they been the general election candidate. Democrats now have to wonder if those seats are even on the board anymore.
Well, that 10% should be interesting in the governor's race, because are those white supremacists and the anti-Semites going to vote for Byron Donalds, or are they going to stay home?
I mean, some of them have told reporters they won't, but these are also some of these people are people who are not even, they're kind of like the old school Trump supporters. They're not even in the political system. They're not people who are typical voters.
But in this election year, when you have a strong candidate on the Democratic side like David Jolly, who is much more moderate, who can appeal to a larger group of people in the state of Florida, this poses a problem for Byron Donalds. I'm very curious to see how that works. I lived in Florida for a couple of years. I worked on races down there, and Florida has changed over the last 20 years. Republicans have done a lot of work there to have strongholds, but that's starting to break. We're starting to see that because you're starting to see a lot of this extremism come out from Republicans, and a lot of Donald Trump's popularity is not what it used to be in Florida. I mean, when you started to see people in the villages protesting during the No Kings marches, you're starting to see some candidates in other parts of Florida questioning what is he doing with immigration. So Florida is going to be a very interesting proving ground for Democrats, because they haven't had the same organizing structure in Florida as Republicans over the last 20 years, and now's the opportunity.
The problem in Florida, and for Republicans writ large, is that, you know, getting these Trump voters out who vote in a presidential year and getting them to vote in a midterm are it's very difficult.
for Democrats.
It's going to be tough for Donald just for that reason, and frankly, just about every other Republican.
All of that being said, I do think we're being a little bit too dismissive about the fact that over 100,000 Floridians tonight voted for James Fishback after he called Byron Donald Byron. After he questioned his blackness, after he called him a slave, and after he said that he would turn Florida into a ghetto. I will do a small moment of bipartisanship on the show and say that Byron really overcame a lot of challenges in this, and the fact that he is trouncing Fishback by these numbers is great, but still very concerning. And I am old enough to remember when a smaller faction of the Republican Party a few cycles back was dismissed until they kind of completely took over the party, and Tea Party has become very much mainstream. So I do want to warn against being too dismissive over somebody who was so flagrantly running a very racist and vile campaign.
Yeah, and I do think on that end, Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black either. And he still didn't lose a significant share of the black vote. So I do think that.
Not the same.
I think it is the same.
No,
I also think that Byron Donalds
hold on.
tonight. Every time I started to talk,
well,
I get cut off.
listen, I just want to be clear. Like, James Fishback, as Ro just pointed out, called Byron Donalds a slave.
Oh yeah, and I'm not. No. To be clear,
so I mean, I think that those
sure,
are
and Joe
actually
Biden said he didn't want his kids growing up in a racial jungle. So objectively, Joe Biden has had his history of extremely racist comments.
Was Joe Biden on the ballot tonight in Florida? I'm a little lost.
And his
the
overwhelmingly
point
won
is,
black votes
is
for
that
years.
is that ultimately, I don't think that you're going to see as much of a struggle getting the voters from James Fishback to vote for Byron Donalds. He gave a victory speech tonight. He said he spoke to James Fishback and a few other people and said that they're going to try and coalesce around him and get him those votes. So he talked about a united Republican Party, which I do think mimics what Democrats are doing. You see Democrats, when socialists win a race recently, you have moderate Democrats saying, all right, we're going to unite as a united Democrat front. So I think the playbook that you're going to see in Florida come this general election is Republicans uniting, James Fishback, maybe Byron Donalds, to try and defeat a Democrat candidate, which I think will be easy because, yes, Florida has changed, but Ron DeSantis has made Florida decidedly red. That went from a possible swing state to a hard red state. And I'd be surprised if a Democrat fared well in it.
I can't believe we're all dancing around the news tonight. This is not a Republican story tonight. The story tonight is the DSA overcoming the establishment Democrat.
We're not dancing around it, but I appreciate the pivot.
16 to 1 spending advantage and sacrificing what could have been a competitive seat. This is a sacrifice. There's two things I wouldn't want to be as a Florida statewide candidate: anti-Israel and communist curious. And that's exactly what Democrats voted for in the Senate tonight. They basically took this race off the board for themselves.
It is interesting because, to your point, so Angie Nixon, who Florida state rep, she wins this race for the nomination for the Senate, raising over only $1 million compared to Alexander Vindman, who for a time was a household name because of his role in the impeachment hearings against Donald Trump, who raised $16 million. And I have to wonder if what this speaks to is, I take your point on the socialism piece of this, but what this really speaks to is the limits right now among Democrats in being just strictly anti-Trump, and that being your sort of political personality. One of the things the DSA is doing is talking about kitchen table issues, economics, and they're doing it in a way that rubs some people the wrong way, but that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, but also remember, too, this is a two-person race, and African-American women are really the base of the Democratic Party, and African-American woman won. She's a native Floridian. Vindman, I don't think, was as connected to the state as she was, and so, I think that makes up for a lot, and so I think it's hard to parachute into some of these states and say, I'm your guy. It doesn't always work out so well, so I think that's part of it, but I do think I agree with Noah. I mean, this is a gift to the Republicans in Florida, because now that Senate seat, which was really not that competitive to begin with, was even less competitive now.
I question whether it would have been that competitive. I think Alex would have been competitive against Ashley Moody. She hasn't really done anything for Florida. She's been a rubber stamp for Trump. And Alex would have been a stronger representative for the state of Florida. But to everyone's point here, it is difficult when you are new to the state. Florida is one of those states where you really need to have roots there, especially for a statewide race like that. Maybe if he had run for Congress, it would have been a little bit, he would have had more success there. But, you know, I applaud him for trying. I mean, Alexander Vindman is a hero, and he should be applauded for trying to run for Congress. I mean, run for the Senate. His brother won for, his twin brother ran for Congress in Virginia and won successfully. So it is, you know, this is definitely going to take Florida off the board.
But doesn't this lend credence to Donald Trump's narrative that the DSA is a national threat? That you can't really talk about this as a New York thing or a Seattle thing or a Colorado thing. It's a national thing. Therefore, we have to nationalize the socialist threat and also to convince Democrats to send as much money as they possibly can to this.
I think that's a bit of a simplistic view of what we're seeing tonight. There is a lot of narrative around progressive versus moderate, but I think what's really important is the Democratic electorate is looking for candidates that are willing to take the fight in Congress to actually legislate. Cycle after cycle, voters have been very frustrated with the fact that they send people to Congress who end up being more interested in tenure than legislating and actual problem solving. And that's kind of the contrast you're seeing across the country. And unfortunately, for some of the more centrist Democrats that are running, progressives are doing a really good job of filling that.
I mean, her platform includes a national job registry and, and inflation-adjusted wages and free child care and nationalizing the health insurance
I hear
industry.
you. I don't support the DSA.
Popular is one thing. It's popular to say that Medicare for all is popular.
I mean,
People don't like to lose their insurance.
I think we will find out, right, how the DSA candidates fare in all of these different places. I think it's definitely going to be state by state, district by district, all of that. But I don't think we know for sure how they're going to hold up, because this is an election about the economy at the end of the day. And when you look at the polls, say what you will about the DSA candidates, the president is in the gutter with the American people. His approval rating is at, you know, they're at historic lows for him. He's at 33% approval in this latest Reuters poll. His approval rating on the economy is just as bad. This is going to be a wave and perhaps a change election on the basis of one issue, the economy. And the candidates who talk about it are the ones who have a better shot of reaching the American people, it seems.
Yeah, and I think there's 3 points. I think after this week, we can say that we have to be skeptical of the polls, knowing that polls showing Nithya Raman ahead, showing other candidates ahead were completely manufactured. So we have to take these things with a grain of salt. I do think this also harkens back the $20 burrito debate, if anybody was on X last week, where you had Republicans infighting about how to respond to this. And I think,
about whether it was even a real thing.
Right, and it actually is a real thing. $20 for a burrito is a lot of money. And J.D. Vance was on Fox News, and he said, look, saying socialism sucks isn't going to be enough. People feel like they're hurting, and if we're not helping them make their lives better, they're going to go vote for a socialist. And so I think that there's a problem within the Republican Party that they only have about 80 days to fix, which is how do we make people feel like our policies are worth voting for instead of just giving them this slogan that socialism sucks, you should be scared. The last thing I'd note is, yes, President Trump's approval ratings may be slipping his favorability. Democrats are also struggling. Typically in 2006, when there's a war going on, Democrats had double-digit favorability ratings over Republicans. There's a lot of polls indicating some of them are only single digits. So I do think both parties are in a bad place. Maybe Democrats may fare a little bit better.
Yeah, and I think some of that is also, I have to remind people, Democrats are mad at Democrats, okay?
Right.
And that's why you're seeing the DSA rising, because they are an insurgent force that's trying to come into the Democratic Party.
Just really quickly. So the momentum right now is with Democrats. We've seen the crystal ball. Larry Sabadell, I'm a resident scholar at University of Virginia, has moved a bunch of races in the toward the Democrats. So has Cook Political Report. So the momentum really, despite whether the Democratic brand is bad or not, the momentum, Republicans are way worse. Donald Trump has mocked the affordability issue and told people that that's not a real thing. So that's a problem for the Republican brand, a really big one. And the other issue really quickly with the DSA is unfortunately, moderate Democrats are getting punished for experience and not for fighting enough. And that's different than what the DSA agenda is, which I don't necessarily agree with, and I don't know that their policies would work. The problem here is who controls the conversation and the message. And moderate Democrats need to not worry about offending someone or whatever. They need to be passionate about why their policies will work and that the DSAs won't. That's been part of the problem.
Look, the midterm election is always about the president and his party. Always. This one will be the same. It's about the economy, it's about the Iran war, and the president's conduct in office. Republicans want to turn this into a choice, and the DSA is the choice. Now, they're going to try to prosecute that case. I don't think they'll be successful. They might mitigate some losses because the Democrats have nominated some real duds with these DSA folks, but it's not going to change the overall narrative. So just keep that in mind.
Next for us, the war is dragging into its 7th month. America's munitions are running low, and at least one Navy ship is reportedly in crisis. But the Defense Secretary is busy campaigning in Iowa. We'll discuss. Plus, Jon Ossoff doubles down on Trump attacks as MAGA lashes out at him. Should the self-described Secretary of War be on the campaign trail during a war? Pete Hegseth in Iowa this week campaigning for Congressman and combat veteran Zach Nunn in a district the Democrats are hoping to flip. The Congressman and Army veteran Jason Crow calls it a complete failure of leadership, and he argues that Hegseth shouldn't be campaigning while the conflict in Iran is spiraling out of control. And while there are supply and morale issues on board the USS Abraham Lincoln, it highlights a growing concern about the mixing of military with politics. Hegseth did little to calm those concerns today.
We also rebuild our military, and at the same time, we're restoring the warrior ethos inside our department because that matters. We need guys like this man right here having our back in Congress as we get rid of DEI at the Defense Department. At the Department of War, we do training, not trannies. It is a day and night difference. Training, lethality, accountability, discipline, readiness, the bedrock of what it means to be an American warrior is the only focus of our department. Colorblind, gender neutral, merit-based. That's it. We want the best.
In past administrations, Pentagon officials typically kept their distance from campaigns, and the Department of Defense told CNN that Hegseth was in Iowa in, quote, his personal capacity. I also just listened to that and the broader context of where we are as a result of this war, in which there's active discussions about munitions being in low supply, about our bases being vulnerable overseas, about our ships being essentially out to sea for historic amounts of time. I do think it kind of begs the question, shouldn't Pete Hegseth be busy handling those things and not campaigning?
Well, I think there's room for that kind of criticism. I can certainly sign on to it. I would prefer my secretaries of defense to take a light touch when it comes to domestic politics, and previously that has been the standard MO. I think that's a fair criticism. I'm not sure it's a fair criticism to say that Pete Hegseth should be devoting himself to the acquisitions process, for example, getting domestic manufacturers, private industry to produce more interceptor missiles. That's not the job of the Secretary of Defense.
Yeah, I mean, wait, hold on. Isn't that his job? Like, he's the leader of the Pentagon.
No,
his job is to make sure that we are. When he just talked about readiness. I can't think of a thing that is more important for readiness than whether we have the munitions to fight wars and defend ourselves.
Yeah, and that is something that the Pentagon should be focused on. Whether the Secretary of Defense cannot be seen in public because he's monitoring our acquisitions process, I don't think that's a fair criticism.
Here's the answer. Here's the answer. Very simple. Absolutely not. Should the Secretary of Defense, while men and women are in theater, at war, actively right now, in one that we are arguably losing, should he be out stumping on the campaign trail in Iowa? I mean, what are we doing here? This is such an insult to the men and women who right now, as we were going to talk about soon, what's happening on the USS Lincoln, while he's out there at the Iowa State Fair, which is lovely, by the way, I've been there, but he shouldn't be out there stumping, eating, butter on a stick and rah-rahing for political candidates against the Department of Defense's own policies, by the way, which is say that they should be apolitical. He doesn't get the luxury of being a private citizen now while our men and women are at war and suffering without proper supplies, without proper plumbing. You have a mental health crisis happening on the USS Lincoln. And then the Pete Hegseth is out here auditioning possibly for his next political job. Yeah, maybe he should stick to auditioning, to be like a hype man and go back to TV where he deserves to be. Not Secretary of Defense.
Not so long ago, the Secretaries of Defense, State, Homeland Security, and Attorney General were really not permitted to engage
right.
in
They would
partisan
never.
political activity. I would have loved to have my friend Tom Ridge, when he was Homeland Security Secretary, campaign for me, but he couldn't because of his role. I would have loved to
And the
have
Hatch
Bob
Act.
Gates, Secretary of Defense, campaign for me, but he couldn't.
But he wouldn't dare,
and they
Charlie.
wouldn't, and I
He
wouldn't
wouldn't
ask.
dare do it.
So that's what's wrong. This is a norm or a tradition that's been broken, and especially during a time of war. And I absolutely believe it's the Secretary of Defense's job to make sure
That's
that
a
our
fair,
troops have what
Charlie,
they need.
that's a very fair criticism, but we're relying the allegation here implied, which is that Pete Hegseth isn't doing his job, and also that there's a
Clearly
mental
he's
health
not.
crisis on the USS Abraham Lincoln. We often hear, and obviously extended deployments are terrible. Now,
No, this is
we
the most
often
extended
hear,
deployment.
we often
Don't
hear
under-
about
are you
from
gonna-
very concerned liberals that when American soldiers who volunteer for this job are deployed to do the job they do, it is said, implied, sometimes it's just sort of suggested that it's untoward to ask them to take the risks that they volunteered for. I have a lot of vets in my life.
Stop that. Stop that right now, because this is
that you know better than what they want to do.
First of all, I'm not a liberal. Second of all, yes, they sign up for this. Thirdly, it is the job of the Secretary of Defense and the Commander-in-Chief to make sure that the troops are taken care of. There is clearly something going on the USS Lincoln because they have been deployed longer than anybody has ever been in 50 years.
The ship is not equipped
so
for the
that's
length of
correct.
this
They're
deployment.
not getting their training
Because
supplies.
it's been a long extended deployment.
Well, they're not getting proper
this
training.
deployment
I
has
guess
been
that's
very
why I'm not
supplies.
sure why you're defending
Right.
the conditions
What are we doing
that they're
here?
living under.
I just
This
want to
is
know
not
what
just
the
part of-
accusation against Pete Hegseth is here.
Is that he's too busy running around playing G.I. Joe instead of being Secretary of Defense. That's what the accusation is.
Here's my specific accusation. I come from a military family. My mom served in the Air Force. My brother is currently active duty Navy. He is very concerned, as somebody who's already served in a combat situation in the Middle East, that he will be deployed once again. I'm concerned about it. His wife is concerned about it, as well as their 5 kids. Those concerns pale in comparison to the fact that so far in this quagmire that falls squarely on Pete Hegseth's shoulders has already killed 18 of our armed servicemen and women, has already wounded 600 service members that we know of, because the Department of Defense is actively engaged in downplaying the collateral damage that has been constructed in this war. It is a problem. And the fact that Pete Hegseth has the time, even in his personal capacity, I frankly don't care that he's campaigning. This administration has been very derelict in its duty to the American people. He can spend his time how he wants. However, it's a huge disservice to our armed services, to our armed men and women, and to this country that he somehow finds the time to do something else but get us out of this conflict that this administration promised us it would not get us involved in.
Again, I have not heard the allegation against him say that the Secretary of Defense should be getting us out of the conflict that the chief executive got us into, which is not his job. What's the allegation?
At the very
Let Republicans
least,
run on that, Noah.
the allegation
Let's see.
is that while we are in theater, while we are in the middle of a conflict, he should be focused on that. He should be focused every single day on making sure that our men and women who are out there in theater are not being overextended. They're not sitting on boats that are not well equipped. We have the munitions that we need in order to fight wars. I mean, I don't think that's that controversial to ask. But, I mean, the implication of a lot of this is, what is Pete Hegseth after? Is this him trying to kind of dabble in politics because he thinks that there's a big political future for himself? And maybe he does. I also just want to note, like, a recent Quinnipiac poll, he's second only to Donald Trump in terms of how low his approval rating is in terms of Trump cabinet officials. Just 34% approve and 56% disapprove. Pete Hegseth is not a popular guy, and he barely was confirmed to his job. Does he really have a national political future?
Well, I think Pete Hegseth is someone who obviously served in our military, and he's campaigning on behalf of a fellow veteran. So I don't think that's necessarily surprising in terms of secretaries breaking protocol. Axios wrote an article in 2024 entitled "Biden's Cabinet Moonlights for Campaign Cash." So cabinet secretaries have gone out and made themselves a little more political than maybe we would all like them to be. If Lloyd Austin disappeared and no one knew where he was, that's worse. Anyway, let's be clear about Pete Hegseth right now, about the concerns about munitions, about the concerns aboard the USS Lincoln. I recall it being Pete Hegseth and Republicans asking for a bigger defense budget that Democrats fought when Pete Hegseth wanted to make sure that we had the defense budget so we do have accurate and adequate munitions.
defense
Let's also
budget
not
that he
forget
kept
that
Democrats
Pete
out
Hegseth
of,
said,
did
let's
not brief
forget
Democrats
that
on.
Democrats fought because they don't want to balloon the defense
Yeah,
budget.
but that
Wait, hold on. Pete
that
Hegseth
defense
also
budget would not have
Pete
made a
Hegseth
difference
also
when it
takes
comes
very
to
serious.
the USS
He
Abraham
takes-
Lincoln, and you know
Pete
that.
Hegseth
The-
hold on.
listen,
Pete Hegseth
the-
takes very
the-
seriously
the
our
budget
soldiers who has a
request-
barracks task
hold on a
force.
second.
No.
The
Everyone else
budget
got to speak
request
without
has the budget request has nothing to do with the conditions on that
Sure.
ship
That's
right,
right.
now.
Yeah, and
so
the point
address
is-
that.
Sure,
Don't,
well,
don't
let me
connect.
talk.
Well, I'll let you talk, but don't connect two unrelated things.
Oh, no, they're absolutely
Those things
related.
are not. They're not related
no,
because
let's-
in this moment, his job is to run the Defense Department with the budget it has today.
Sure.
Okay,
sure.
not the budget they want to have in the future. And so, with the budget that they have today, he advised the president to go into a war, and here we are with our munitions depleted. We have ships that are out to sea for historic amounts of time. What is the explanation for that?
I didn't hear a single concern about munitions being depleted when Joe Biden was sending them to Ukraine and depleted our missions. Second of all, to Noah's point, it is President Trump's decision. The buck stops with him in terms of the war.
I guess that's actually a very good.
Hold on.
Hold on.
When it
That's
comes
actually
to
a very good point
when it
because
comes to the
Republicans
budget-
complained all day long about Ukraine buying munitions from the United States to fight their war. And I think there's a fair argument to be made about that. But how can you do that and then ignore the fact that this war that we are fighting right now has in fact depleted
Iran
our
is a
stockpiles?
direct threat to the United States versus Ukraine. We're fighting a proxy war against a nuclear power with Russia. That's a big difference. Second of all, Pete Hegseth created. Hold on, let's go back really quick to our military service members who deserve all the help they need. To Noah's point, they are being relieved. Pete Hegseth, back in October of 2025, created a barracks task force because he said when people have issues like rodents in their room, they have horrible living conditions. I want commanders to be able to address these and fix these immediately. That's how serious Pete Hegseth takes concerns. Second of all, I remember the same people complaining about 9 months ago that Pete Hegseth was feeding them lobster are now saying they're not getting the lobsters, basically.
Why are they dismissing the conditions on
They're
the
not
ship?
dismissing the conditions at all.
The president and Pete Hegseth have both
Okay, let's go over it. Then let's go over the conditions.
Publicly,
We
but
have
they're
one
relieving them
confirmed
because
overboard. Hold on. Let's talk about this. The people who are on the ship right now. No, because I keep getting cut off. The people who are on the ship right now deserve to be taken care of. But this
You're making a lot of statements.
Yes.
Okay, and you need to take a deep breath.
Because you guys are making all different statements.
Just take a deep breath because what I'm saying to you is that you're denying that they downplayed what was going on that ship, and that's not accurate. They did downplay what went on that ship. And the reason that they are being relieved is because family members have spoken out through the media to raise alarms about what is going on. You have to acknowledge that that actually happened.
Oh, I do.
Do you acknowledge that?
Yes, and so let's go over what we know for a fact happened. We have one confirmed overboard incident. We have two reported, specifically detailed jump attempts, and then we have a handful of complaints. I am not saying those didn't happen.
What's
Hold on. The point.
Are you kidding me?
If you guys would let me talk, and I can have a conversation.
Run on this.
Okay, Tara,
I really do.
I was invited on the show to speak to, so if I can get it out. There are 5,000 people on the ship. We have 3 in total overboard incidents that we specifically know of, and then we have
three too many.
No big deal.
I didn't say it's no big deal.
No big deal.
What you're saying is you're saying that the Trump administration is how dare you accuse me of trying to pretend like I'm downplaying it? What we're talking about is if you're doing a statistical comparison of 5,000 members, 3, you're saying the Trump administration is downplaying it.
Okay, so we have to wait until more people try to jump off the ship in order for it to be a real issue? Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying that the Trump administration said that this? They didn't say this didn't happen. But what they're trying to say is that I think there is a lot of people making it seem like 2,500 members are jumping off the ship. In time, U.S. Central Command Admiral Brad Cooper, a senior admiral, said that after he visited the Lincoln, it has, quote, among the lowest number of cases related to mental health issues. They're not saying it's non-existent, but they're saying comparable to other naval ships.
They called it
concerns. If you want to ignore them and downplay them,
I don't think that anybody wants to be in a position where we have to wait for hundreds of people to try to kill themselves on a ship.
Well, you're
in order
assuming that
for it
hundreds
to
of people
be
are going
a
to try to kill
problem.
themselves.
I'm saying
that would be a mental health crisis on the ship.
Yeah, that would be more than a mental health crisis, okay?
Clearly, you guys have to talk to people in the military.
I do think that it's kind of like bizarre to say not enough people have been trying to jump off the ship.
That's actually not what I'm saying.
That's a weird thing to say. Okay, Charlie, go ahead and give us a last word, and then we're going to move on.
Can we get back to this munitions question for a second? You know, I am quite happy that we were sending weaponry to the Ukrainians to degrade Russia's military capacity. They did a remarkable job. That advances America's national security interests against a threat that attempts to undermine us at every opportunity. And instead, we're blowing off a lot of our munitions in a poorly conceived conflict.
Does Iran not threaten the United States national security with their proxies?
We don't go to war like this.
Exactly. So we go to war for Ukraine, but not for the United States.
No, you talk to the American people. You talk to the American people. You get an authorization from Congress. You talk to your allies. You don't go in and then after the facts, I need the bill
so our
support.
allies get to decide whether or not
I also just want to note before we go,
you get into the war,
that as Charlie points out, Congress approved aid to Ukraine.
That's
so
right.
Democrats and Republicans. So this is not a Biden did this on their own kind of thing. This was something that Congress approved on multiple occasions. And so it's substantively different from what's happening right now with this war that Trump never went to Congress on, never sought approval for, and is being carried out and with no end in sight, frankly. So we'll leave it there. But next for us, Georgia Senator Jon Ossoff is going after Donald Trump again, this time calling him a draft-dodging crook. Is this the playbook now for Democrats? We'll be right back. Tonight, Georgia Senator Jon Ossoff struck a nerve within MAGA, and in the run-up to the midterms, he's not backing down on his attacks on Donald Trump. Listen.
The draft-dodging crook president who has plunged our nation recklessly into a war he knows not how to end or to win, I would address the president's few remaining supporters to contrast his promises with the results you've been delivered.
Just days after igniting a personal feud by invoking Trump's executive assistant Natalie Harp and her close relationship with the president, at a rally today, Ossoff did not invoke Harp by name, but he continued to dig in on Trump as he emerges as the White House's #1 enemy.
I've got 2 little girls at home. Eva is 4. Lila is 1. They're the light of our lives. I know the same is true for you and your kids and your grandkids. And I do not want Eva and Lila to grow up in a world defined by the values of Donald J. Trump.
So Jon Ossoff, who's running for Senate, according to this Republican strategist, has essentially moved beyond his race already. This was a move that was clearly wholly intended to put him on the national platform in a fight with the president, which isn't something you do in a Senate race. It's something you're doing because you have larger national ambitions. It's like bypassing the playoffs and getting into the Super Bowl. I mean, and if that's his goal, the Trump White House has really given him a leg up. They have really made him the most talked about Democrat.
I mean, like Trump will go back and forth with any Democrat, I think, in any state. I do think Ossoff probably is kind of positioning for a potential bigger run, especially because this is a state that President Trump did win in 2024 and that he narrowly lost in 2020, where Jon Ossoff did win in the runoff. And so I think if John thinks that if he can win this upcoming race, his first full term in a regular race, that would make him a viable candidate for Democrats nationally by saying, look, I won a state that Donald Trump also won, and I beat someone who was backed by the president, who won Mike Rogers won, I think, by 12 points in the primary. So if he's able to beat him in a general, I would think Jon Ossoff is probably trying to position himself for that name brand recognition, and this is a good way to start it.
It shows you how comfortable he must feel about his reelection right now. That he's able to take these shots.
Some of the polls have it as a more than 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, this is Georgia. I mean, it doesn't appear that this race is that competitive. So he's able to now go out and do all this other campaigning. And by the way, the only reason why he's in there is because Donald Trump suppressed the vote in the 2020 runoff and basically had 2 Republican incumbent senators defeated. And now it's coming back to bite the president.
This is the way. Jon Ossoff has been running a hell of a campaign, and he's been running this campaign since last year. He didn't just swoop in this year and then start campaigning. A lot of times, Democrats will do that. He has been running his campaign out there, putting out paid advertising, constantly on the stump since last summer, setting the narrative. And by going out there and speaking to the issues, I mean, he's speaking to the issues that the people not only in Georgia care about, but he's being very reasonable about issues that are obvious to most Americans when they're looking at the failures of Donald Trump. He is the crook in chief. The guy is a flat-out crook, and he is robbing the American people blind. And our economy is suffering for it. He's out here on a personal retribution tour, the tariffs, the war of choice in Iran. All of these issues are betrayals to not only Donald Trump's own people, but to the American people who are going, how did we get here and why? So what Jon Ossoff is doing, I think a lot of Democrats can take notes from, because he's going to be very successful at it, and it's relatable.
All right, so Noah's chomping at the bit to respond, and he'll have his chance. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Just before we went to break, Tara was saying that Jon Ossoff is the way.
He's the way.
Noah had something to say about
I was just smiling because we were all talking like, Ossoff hit a home run with this remark. And
He did.
what I've seen is him backtracking off of it for the last 24 hours. He sat down with Jen Psaki, was confronted with this comment. Said, why did you say Natalie Harper? He says, I could have said anybody. I didn't necessarily mean Natalie Harper. Could have been a male. It could have been any aide, right? He's not standing by his remarks. In fact, as you said, he didn't mention it once in that comment, even though he's training his fire.
He didn't have to.
He didn't have to because it didn't work.
He doesn't have to because the White House has been crashing out about it since
Right
Sunday.
after Donald Trump won re-election, Tim Hogan was at the DNC War Room. He said, what we're going to do is recruit candidates who know how to dunk. That's our job, to make internet insults.
Yeah.
Because we got folks like Tim Walz, who made the point that the vice president was engaged in lewd and lascivious acts with furniture. That didn't work. Jasmine Crockett, who ran for the governorship of Texas by saying the wheelchair-bound governor is Governor Hot Wheels. That didn't work. Hakeem Jeffries tried the insult act, trying to make up funny nicknames for Donald Trump and his acolytes. That didn't work.
This is a little mild.
It doesn't
even by those
Right,
comparisons.
seriously.
Mild, and not
he
necessarily. He implied that this woman was having an affair with the president.
Well, I think
we all speak
I think
the
that
English language natively. We know what he was implying.
We do speak the English language natively. He said he would prefer to build his ballrooms and fly on the Qatari jet with Natalie.
Right.
Which is true.
Which is true. Because he chose her over his Secretary of State.
Harmless, innocent, none of us who can deconstruct everything with academic precision have no way to understand the subtext here.
Listen,
Give me a break.
come on. Listen, it was a snarky remark. It was a funny remark, and you know what? It pissed off the White House to the fact that they have been crashing out for 2 days over this, made all of these really nasty remarks. They don't like it. So they can dish it, but they can't take it. So that's how you know it struck a nerve. And frankly, please miss me with the feigning outrage over how an offensive comment this was. And all of a sudden, I guess Republicans are feminists now. Like, stop.
No, we're consistent. Donald Trump's comments are gross.
Consistent.
Republicans have told pollsters for 10 years now what they hate about Trump.
And for a year,
I will say
they hate it, and I hate it, which is why I hate it over on Fox too. It's called consistency.
No, over on Fox, Jesse Waters was.
He's consistent too, in a weird way.
He was honest enough to admit that he defends Trump when Trump says way worse things. So I guess that seems like a fair point. I mean, if you defend Trump when he calls women fat pigs, dogs, slobs, animals, when he calls women nasty women, when he tells them to shut up, then why are you losing your mind over this?
Well, I think with Natalie Harper, this is a woman who was a stage 2 cancer survivor because of President Trump's right to try. And that's why she became close to the president, because realistically, he could have saved her life because he gave her the opportunity to try a treatment that she was otherwise being denied. And so I think that this is someone who is not an elected official. She is someone who is in the public or in the private eye, so to speak, because she's not an elected person and she's a young woman. And it implies if Jon Ossoff believes that, she is having an affair, which was implied, it also suggests does Jon Ossoff believe that all females who work on political campaigns are, whorish and having affairs? That's of course unfair.
Not comparable.
The question that I asked you, which is, if you are fine with Donald Trump saying all those actually really terrible things about women who are doing their jobs, asking him legitimate questions, whatever it is, why is Natalie Harp cocooned from any sort of comments that's not even close to that?
Well, again, I think it's because this is a woman who otherwise had survived cancer. She became close. The point is she became close to the president after his right to try allowed her to try new treatment
It's
that saved her
very
life.
interesting to me that earlier in the show we were dismissive about armed servicemen and women jumping off of
We weren't
ships.
dismissive. You're putting
but
words in my
now
mouth.
John Ossoff mentions this woman for 1 second, and now we have to wrap an entire bubble of protection around her.
A woman who
It-
was the president.
I'm explaining why people say that.
Thank you very much for being here on this election night. I have a quick programming note for you. Tomorrow night, after this show, you can join me for an exclusive subscriber-only conversation. The panelists and I will answer your questions directly from you. All you have to do is sign in on your CNN All Access account. And yes, if you have a cable subscription, you are eligible to do that. So again, that's tomorrow at 11 p.m. Eastern. But next for us, right here on CNN, Laura Coates Live starts right after this.
Good evening. I'm Laura Coates on this busy primary night in America, and the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is showing it's still got momentum, pulling off a surprise primary win in Florida. Democratic Socialist Angie Nixon upset establishment favorite Alex Vindman in the state's Democratic Senate primary. Vindman was a key witness during President Trump's first impeachment and raised, get this, more than 16 times as much money as Nixon. Nixon will be my guest tonight as she now faces Senator Ashley Moody in November. But elsewhere in Florida, it was a tough night for Democratic Socialists. Incumbent Congressman Jared Moskowitz held off DSA-backed Oliver Larkin. And Debbie Wasserman Schultz won her primary in a redrawn district, beating a crowded field that included a DSA-backed candidate, Elijah Manley. And all those results will feed into one of the biggest midterm fights in Florida. I'm talking about the race for governor. Congressman Byron Donalds won his primary on the Republican side, and Republican turned Democrat David Jolly won on the Democratic side. Donalds will join me live tonight. Right now, polls are closing in a special runoff election in California to determine who will fill the seat vacated by former Congressman Eric Swalwell. I've got my panel here throughout the hour to break down what tonight's results say about where both parties are headed. But first, we have the big winner from tonight's Democratic Senate primary in Florida. State Rep Angie Nixon joins me now. Representative, welcome back to the show. Congratulations on your win. Your opponent, as I mentioned, had more money, had the backing of the Democratic establishment. What message do you think your win now sends?
Well, for sure. Thank you for having me. And I want to be clear. We knew that we were going to win. Our campaign knew that we were going to win because we put in the work and because we went out and we centered people and the issues that concerned them and that they cared about. The fact was that folks are upset because Donald Trump and unelected Ashley Moody only care more about ensuring that their campaign donors and corporations are getting richer and richer. And meanwhile, everyday people are working harder than ever and still struggling just to stay afloat. And so we were able to resonate with people also because I have a proven track record of standing up and being a fighter. And again, as I stated earlier with you today, it's not about people's labels for me.
Yeah.
I'm a single mom. I was a single mom for, 12 years. I'm a mother now. I'm an organizer. I'm a community organizer. But more importantly, it's about the needs of the people. And what people need is they need housing, right? They need universal health care. They want universal child care to help lower their costs so that they can just be able to live without struggling or anything like that.
You know, we did talk just last night, actually, anticipation of this moment. And you say that you reject labels. Republicans, though, they already want to paint one right on you. They are leaning into attacking you for being a Democratic Socialist. Republican Senator Ashley Moody said this.
Angie Nixon, who will be my opponent in November, and her comrades want to destroy this country and everything that it is built on. I am not exaggerating. I believe that America is the greatest country on earth. And in the face of anti-American rhetoric, folks that want to destabilize this country, I think we all need to stand on that line.
Anti-American, destabilizing, destroying the country. What's your plan to combat that messaging?
Well, first of all, I look forward to Ashley Moody calling me senator in November. And secondly, Ashley Moody actually used 10 million of our dollars that were supposed to go towards the most medically needy kids in our state to divert that funding and to defeat ballot initiatives that the citizens placed on the ballot. And so Ashley Moody doesn't care about anything but herself. We continue to see her net worth increase. Meanwhile, Floridians across our state, their net worth is going down. They have absolutely nothing in their savings account. She won't even hold town hall meetings unless they're Republicans. I am someone who's willing to go out and talk to everyone, even if they don't believe how I believe ideologically, because I want to represent all Floridians here in the state of Florida. Many people who have called and reached out to Ashley Moody's office for help, you know who they call? Because she doesn't return their call? They call me. They email me, and we help connect them to the resources that they need. And so I'm not running away from the people, I'm running to them. And I look forward to becoming their next United States Senator come November.
Well, a Democratic nominee who wants to be called governor in your state is David Jolly, and he praised you as a fighter, but he also said that he flatly rejects socialism. How do you plan to unite the party around your campaign right now?
Again, it is not about labels. It's about the most basic rights that people here in the state need. They need housing. Right now here in our state, it costs over 18% of the national average to rent a home or to rent an apartment here. People are paying 300 more times for property insurance here in the state of Florida. We witnessed Ashley Moody fail to extend the ACA subsidies, which caused nearly 300,000 people to be knocked off of the Affordable Care Act rolls. She doesn't care about anyone but herself. And also she did that because her campaign donors are health insurance companies. And so I look forward, Ashley Moody, to taking you on and to whooping you in November, and you will be calling me your senator.
State Representative Angie Nixon, thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Now to CNN's Harry Enton, who's at the Magic Wall. Harry, I mean, what does Nixon's win tell us about the strength of the Democratic Socialist wing of the party?
Well, those were some strong words at the end of that interview. My goodness gracious. Look, it's a dominating win. I mean, Angie Nixon knocking off Alex Vindman, who obviously was a hero of the first time around with the first Trump impeachment. I think his defeat is part of the rejection of that resistance 1.0, but it also speaks to the power right now that Democratic Socialists have within the party, right? You can see it. It's a clear win. It's a 12-point win. She's in that, Columbia blue on your screen. You can see it across here. She didn't just win in one part of the state. She was winning across the state, and that, of course, powered that double-digit victory. Now, that, in my opinion, is part of a larger picture of where the DSA is right now. So we can pull it up right here. You can see it right here. Okay, DSA or DSA-endorsed congressional candidates currently in Congress, they're only two. They're only two. Now, with that win tonight in Florida, in terms of winning in the 2026 primaries, we're talking about 8. 7 are favorites to win in November. Ms. Nixon is not one of them. She's certainly an underdog. Of course, we'll have to wait and see how that race unfolds. But you can definitely see that the DSA is gaining ground. That being said, I will note, in terms of the overall scorecard in 2026, 8 have won primaries. But if you look, the clear vast majority have lost 17 plus, depending on how you count it. So what we're talking about is 1/3 of the DSA or DSA-endorsed candidates have won, but the vast majority, Laura Coates, they have in fact gone down to defeat. So the Democratic Party is not the Democratic Socialist Party, at least not quite yet.
And tonight also showed the limits to the power of a Trump endorsement, Harry. At least 2 Florida congressional races. What happened?
Yeah, what happened? Well, one of them is about scandals, and it turns out that scandals still actually do matter. And we're going to go to northeast of Orlando, Florida, go to the 7th Congressional District. Corey Mills, who, of course, was scandal-laden, he was Trump-backed. He went down to defeat. This is part of what we've seen throughout this primary season. We have seen those scandal-plagued candidates having some trouble. Yes, Donald Trump obviously has been able to sort of rise above it. But the other candidates who are running, scandals at least still do matter in a number of circumstances. Corey Mills only getting 34% of the vote. Ryan Elijah easily winning there, 47% of the vote. He is a favorite come November. And then I will also note another race, and that was the race to replace Byron Donalds. Look at this. Okay, Catalina Loft getting 22% of the vote. That was a late Trump endorsement, but we have seen this throughout the primary season. Yes, you're seeing in those higher up-ticket ballot measures or those running for higher office, especially for Senate, doing pretty well with the Trump endorsement, but lower down and those for governor have struggled. That was a late endorsement for Trump. I bet he probably wishes that he didn't do it. I will also just note this was an insane district. She ran in Illinois. He ran in Illinois. He was a congressman from North Carolina, and Chris Collins, was a congressman from New York. So it was a really messy race, but one in which the Trump-endorsed candidate lost.
Looks like everyone wanted to bite the apple, or sorry, Florida,
Yeah.
the orange. Harry
That's right.
Ensign.
There you go. There you go. New York is the apple.
There you go. Well, some would say it's also Vermont. Whatever. Thank you so much. And with me now, an all-star panel to help us understand what happened tonight and, more importantly, what it means for November. Our resident Florida man, senior politics reporter for Axios, Mark Caputo, former communications director for Vice President Kamala Harris, Ashley Etienne, CNN senior political commentator Scott Jennings, and CNN contributor Lulu Garcia Navarro. Glad to have all of you here. All right, look, let's talk about Angie Nixon, because she pulled no punches, minced no words. Ashley, do you think that she has a shot in a state like Florida?
Can I say no? I mean,
you can say whatever
Florida.
you want. It's truthful.
It's Florida. I mean, she won the race I think she could win. It was a primary race in the Democratic primary. She's a better political athlete than Vindman is. You know, she was outspent 35 times. I think what was interesting, though, she only spent $60,000, and none of it was on TV, none of it was on broadcast, none of it was on cable. She ran a purely grassroots campaign, and we've seen that across the country where money is, there's limitations to money now, there's limitations to endorsements. We just talked about Donald Trump's endorsements, endorsed candidates losing, and it seems like now what the winning formula is going back to the basics, and she went back to the basics. She's from Florida, she's of Florida, and it worked. But I think it only worked for the primary because, you know, you have to appeal to a broader audience when you're running statewide in a state like Florida, and I'm not sure she's got the ability to do that.
Let's look at the numbers, because Mark, you're our resident Floridian tonight. I mean, look at these numbers, everyone. This is really, really telling. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman did outraise and outspent Angie Nixon and also Senator Ashley Moody, and he lost. What does that tell you?
He was a terrible candidate. It's difficult for me to put that in words. In some of our conference calls at Axios, I would just start to rant about it. Like I was almost offended by his just inability to campaign properly.
How did he do it? Yeah.
Well, it's more like, how did he not do it? I don't really know where that money was spent, because you didn't really see him on television. You didn't really see him in the community. You didn't see him in mailers. You didn't see him in text messages. There was no presence. About 7 days ago, in preparation for today, I started to think, okay, what does the polling show? And I couldn't find any polling, which is a very rare thing in a statewide election in Florida, something of this import, a Senate seat. And I called a number of pollsters, and everyone's like, no, we're just not paying attention to it. And I realized, well, let's see. I'm not seeing Vindman really campaign. He has no real roots here. He's essentially sort of carpetbagged here. I didn't even know the guy lived in the state. I thought, like his brothers in Congress, he lived in Virginia. And so then I started to think, well, Angie Nixon's a known commodity. She comes from Jacksonville, which is a large media market with a lot of voters. She has an active coterie of progressive supporters who are very into her. And she made her presence known on social media. And a lot of Democrats just didn't know who she was and who he was, including my own wife, who is a longtime Democratic voter. She was not contacted by either campaign. Voters like that walked into the polls, Democratic voters, and they saw a man they didn't know and a woman they didn't know. And a lot of them voted for the woman they didn't know. A lot of progressives showed up because they wanted to vote for the progressive, and a lot of people just didn't show. It was a pretty low turnout primary. All of these things combined together very well for her. Not to take away from her, I agree she was certainly the superior political athlete. Angie Nixon was a better candidate who ran a better campaign, and she won.
Also, black voters made a big difference in that
100%.
race. Vindman was polling and performing poorly with black voters. It became a national story, in fact, and she, the very opposite of that. And her last campaign stop was in a black church. I mean, she literally has been in that community, engrossed in it for years. So she had that advantage. One, it's a combination of black voters, progressives, and then some white progressive voters.
Well, there's
28%
an interesting notion, though, then, because on the one hand, you don't want to diminish what her accomplishment is or her track record and her resume. On the other hand, it sounds like this race might not be predictive of a larger, much more involved one, but how are Republicans going to play this?
I mean, it's Florida. Ashley Moody is a popular person. She'll be fine. Democratic socialists are not going to be terribly popular in Florida. I heard
parts of Florida.
I heard Ms. Nixon say, well, it's not about labels, which I find curious, and she joined the Socialist Party just this summer. She affixed the label to herself, only now to say, well, it's not really about labels. I actually think Ashley Moody's remarks were dead on. She's just reading out of the Democratic Socialist platform. When you align yourself with people who fundamentally would like to rip, what we know is how America works, out root and branch, you're kind of anti-American. And all these socialists, whether they're in Florida or any other state, are going to face these same kinds of attacks. So I think Ashley Moody has the advantage here. Vindman, look, I agree with you, terrible candidate. He's been kind of a grift all the way through. And the fact that these lib donors gave him $16 million.
They might have given him more, actually.
To watch him, piss it away on this grift. I don't know where it went either. I assume the consultants all have fine beach houses all up and down the coast now.
All the consultants.
But it's a grift. He's been a grift for years, and he paid for it tonight.
But here's the thing, Scott, and what I'm hearing you say is that no grifting and also norm busting is seen as anti-American. It's been successful for other candidates who look at these issues and say
norm busting is what you call the socialists.
Oh no, that's not what I call norm busting. But I'm talking
about the downfall of Western civilization.
Well, I'm going to finish. Hold on, let me
they weren't in Congress trying to burn down the place.
I'll finish my point, and I want you to respond to what Ashley had to say. But I also want to hear from Lulu in that. The idea that she did sign on to Democratic Socialists this summer. I interviewed her yesterday. I asked her about issues like abolishing prisons and beyond. She talked about wanting to not have the for-profit prison industrial complex as one of the issues. But she did suggest there was a bigger tent available for Democrats and that there is nuance and non-monoliths within both parties. Now, whether that actually works for her ultimately, Lulu, I'd love to hear your response.
I'm also a Florida person, Florida woman, to Mark's Florida man. This is what I think. I think Vindman was a terrible candidate. I think when you're running statewide in Florida, it's really hard to be a carpetbagger because name recognition really does matter. He was kind of coasting off of the idea that he had name recognition because of what had happened in Trump, in the first term, and that's just simply not the case. I also think that it is going to be hard for a Democratic Socialist to win in Florida simply because you have the Cuban community, the Colombian community, the Venezuelan community,
Nicaraguan community.
The Nicaraguan community, thank you, who don't like those words, who see this
Why
movement.
wouldn't they like it? Are you suggesting that socialism might not have a great reputation among some people?
I'm suggesting that it's certainly like my family, they fled from Cuba, communism, which is, I'm not saying these two things are the same. What I'm saying is that there's a deep-seated antipathy towards that particular strain, and they're worried about it. That said, the Latino vote is very powerful. Half of it is Puerto Rican, and they don't carry that same baggage. So,
I don't know that anybody black can win in the state of Florida, statewide. I mean, we'll see with
Obama did twice.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, the national race I'm talking about, just
Byron Donalds
statewide.
is favored
well,
to
that's
win the
what I was going to say. We'll see what actually happens with Byron.
I'm going to interview him in just a moment as well and get his take.
Because I just think there's a lot of deep-seated racism. I've campaigned in Florida several times, several presidential campaigns, deep in these counties. If you look at where Byron lost, they're Republican, white, deep red, rural counties.
Gillum lost by literally half a percentage point.
Different time. So I'm just saying he still lost. My point is I'm just not sure anybody can pull it off, but I hope Byron can. It'll be interesting to see if he can. I'm just not sure anyone can.
Well, she does hit on a great point, which is Byron Donalds, for all of his advantages in this campaign, including the Trump endorsement, including a superior team. Jay Collins, who came in second here, the newly appointed lieutenant governor, really ran a sort of rake-stepping clown show But Donald's didn't even crack 50%, and that's going to be problematic for him.
Well, I'm going to ask him about that. I'm sure he's loving all of your optimism on this.
I said problematic. I didn't say impossible.
I think he's going to win. There's some optimism.
Well, there, you know what? We'll ask him about it. Stand by, everyone. Remember, you are a part of this election night. We want to hear from you. Text us your questions and your comments at 818-972-7272. Include your first name and your city or state. We'll answer them later in the hour. Up next, more on that battle for governor in Florida. Democrat David Jolly vowing to pull off an upset against Trump-backed Byron Donalds. The congressman is live with me to respond next. Republicans have controlled Florida's governor's mansion for nearly 30 years and will hope to keep the streak going with Republican Congressman Byron Donalds, who could become the state's first black governor. Donalds will face Republican turned Democrat David Jolly. Jolly was a GOP congressman until Trump's first term. Then Jolly became a fierce Trump critic who is now looking to pull off the upset against my next guest, Congressman Byron Donalds, the Republican nominee for governor in Florida. Congressman, welcome back and congratulations to you on your win. I know you were hearing our conversation with the panel when we mentioned you didn't get 50% support, and whether that might be a concern for you heading into November. Is it?
No, not really. Look, when you're in a primary like this against 3 other people all working incredibly hard, not to mention another 5 other candidates, you're going to get a lot of ballot split, but that's not the point. The point is that Republicans spoke loud and clear in this primary. We were very grateful to have the support of the Republican Party, move on as their nominee. But I think it's also important to note, for all the talk about how Democrats were more motivated to vote in the great state of Florida, Republicans are the ones who turned out, especially on Election Day, going to the polls, because what they want is for the state of Florida to remain a free state of Florida and to continue to be based on common sense conservative principles. And I think that as we move through the general election, Republican voters and independents in our state, and even some Democrats, are going to realize that my track record in business, but also my commitment to common sense conservatism that has made Florida #1, will continue to keep Florida #1.
Well, you know, Democrat David Jolly, we've interviewed him before. I know you've addressed it. You've even asked him and challenged him to debates prior to now. He says he thinks he can beat you in November. Listen.
If the election were tonight, we would win the general election in Florida as a Democratic candidate. Sure, I think I'm a strong candidate building a coalition, but Aaron, this cycle is presenting an opportunity where voters are just screaming for change. I do think there's a new coalition emerging in American politics. We're seeing it in Florida. It's rooted not so much in party, but in the basic everyday majority that believes that the economy should work for everybody.
You know, he said that you're more focused on culture wars than affordability. Your response?
Well, obviously, he wants to pick and choose. We want to make sure we push down insurance costs in our state, make it more affordable to build housing so we can push housing costs down as well, while also having an economy that is thriving so young people can have high-paying jobs to build the Florida dream for themselves. We are also going to continue to defend parental rights in our state and defend Western civilization and family values. So if David Jolly thinks that protecting girls, whether it comes to their puberty or for them to compete in athletic competition, if he thinks that's a culture war, then I'm very clear, sign me up, because we're going to protect common sense and family values in the state of Florida. That is why more people come to our state than anywhere else in America. It's the reason why there's 1.5 million more Republicans than Democrats in our state. And I think David Jolly and his party needs to have a question. Are they going to support what some would consider a progressive Democrat party or the Democrat Socialists of America? Because I know the Democrat nominee for the United States Senate aligns with the DSA. So the question is, what does David Jolly support? I look forward to litigating that in our first of 3 debates.
Obviously, he has predicted that people will align him with the Democratic Senate candidate as well. I'm sure he'll have to address whether or not that's an albatross or an asset. But Congressman, the president did endorse you, and he may be very popular among Republicans, but the polls do show that most voters are not happy with him. His approval rating continues to hover in the low 30s. Given that, will you welcome the President of the United States on the campaign trail with you?
Of course. Listen, the president is a friend and obviously supported me in this race, and I anticipate he's going to continue to support me all the way through to November. That's what's going to happen. And so, of course, we'd love to have the president because, look, at the end of the day, voters, I would think, throughout Florida, especially in Florida, they remember, but through all of America, remember what this country was like 3 years ago. Joe Biden let 10 million people into our country illegally. The Democrats created a massive inflation that most Americans had never seen in their life, the greatest inflation in more than 50 years that was destroying the pocketbooks and destroying the family budgets of Floridians and Americans, not to mention the fact that you didn't even know who was running those agencies under Joe Biden. It was run amok, run by radicals. So Donald Trump is doing the hard work of fixing this country. Here in Florida, we actually embody the ideals of limited government and free markets, and that's why people continue to choose our state while backing the blue, making sure that law and order is the standard in Florida.
It's interesting because a lot of people running and voting would have the exact opposite opinion of what you just described in terms of the assets of what Republicans have done or President Trump, and yet he is in office. But you've got another issue. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis did not endorse you in the primary. Have you heard from him tonight? And is it your expectation that he will support you now that you are the Republican nominee?
No, I haven't heard from him tonight, but I anticipate we're going to sit down and meet pretty shortly, and looking forward to having the governor's support. Because at the end of the day, this isn't even about really endorsements anymore. This is about the future of Florida. We have already seen other states that's had a Republican governorship and it switched to Democrat. Look at the state of Virginia. Abigail Spanberger ran as a moderate, and when she got elected, she started governing like a radical. In Arizona, Katie Hobbs ran as a moderate, and then when she got elected, governed as a radical. The people of Florida have come to our state for common sense conservatism. A lot of that leadership by Governor Ron DeSantis, and he's done a great job leading Florida. So the people of Florida are going to be very clear. They do not want our state to look like Virginia. They don't want it to look like Connecticut or New York or New Jersey. A lot of Floridians left those states to choose the Florida dream. We're going to protect that dream and take it to a whole new level.
What do you say to those who look at Florida and realize it's never seen a black governor? Why you?
And listen, this is not really about my race. This is about the value system, the vision for the future of Florida, and policies that let families thrive. And Florida is a great meritocracy. I've learned that about my home state ever since I moved here 30 years ago just to go to college. Our people, they just want you to be able to get the job done, have common sense policy, and make sure the government stays out of their way. That's the standard in the state of Florida, and as the state's next governor, that will remain the standard.
If Governor DeSantis does not endorse you, will you take issue with it publicly?
I mean, no, that's not even an issue. We're focused on the next 77 days. And the next 77 days is about the decision for the people of Florida. Do you want to follow the line of the Democrats that have really damaged a lot of these states, or do you want Florida to continue to be the free state of Florida? And I think the people of our state, obviously Republicans, independents in our state, and I would argue even some conservative Democrats, they want Florida to remain the free state of Florida because we're the best state in the country, and that's not changing anytime soon.
Congressman Byron Donalds, the people did speak tonight. Let's speak again. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Up next, after that viral quip on Trump's aide, Natalie Harp, Senator Jon Ossoff is now sharpening his attack on the president directly. We'll get into all of it with the panel next. Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff is upping the ante again, and he's got the president's attention. Ossoff, who was locked in a tough re-election battle in Georgia this November, just launched a new line of attack. This time, he stood next to decorated combat veteran and sitting Senator Mark Kelly to deliver this message to the White House.
I don't think anything illustrates the times more aptly than that the draft-dodging crook president who has plunged our nation recklessly into a war he knows not how to end or to win, tried to imprison this man.
My panel is back with me. Okay, Mark, the White House was quick to respond to Ossoff's comment about his aide the other day. Natalie Harp, are they going to take the bait again?
Well, Trump will usually take the bait because he likes to hit John Ossoff as Pee Wee Herman, as you heard the other day. Now, as far as the rest of the White House is one of the things that characterizes it is that the people serving in there really love the president and they like each other. And they took it very personally that one of their own, Natalie Harp, was dragged into it. I think this is a little different. This is a little more sort of de rigueur kind of common campaign attacks. But I think the White House and Trump have made the determination that it's fun to hit back at Ossoff, so we'll continue to do it.
I mean, Ossoff clearly thinks it's appropriate and strategically advantageous for him to hit back at the White House as well. This is one of those moments.
It's a double-edged sword. Why? He's running for re-election in Georgia. There's always this balance that you're trying to do, right? Which is you got to run in your state, and people in your state care about the issues of your state. And he is hitting at Donald Trump. And so there's a lot of speculation, obviously, about 2028. He has said he's not interested in that, but of course, no one's interested until they are publicly. And so, you know, that can rub people the wrong way. Democrats definitely want a fighter. Democrats definitely want someone to be hitting out at Trump. It helps raise your profile for sure. But in a state like Georgia, which is a purple state, there is an open question about how much it's going to hit him. I think Ossoff's going to win. I don't think it's even a question in Georgia. You know, that's what I see. That said, I do think he has to be careful, probably.
Do you think so? People are looking at, and many times, the critiques and criticism of Ossoff, and they're directly pointing to what they see as hypocritical thread to what the president does oftentimes. Do you see a distinction?
Well, I don't know how to answer that. Because Ossoff, I agree with Mark, was giving what we just played there, standard liberal talking points against Trump. You're going to hear that from every candidate for president. What he did with Natalie Harp, though, is something different. He didn't attack the president. He took an unknown presidential aide. She's not elected anything. She's not a household name. She's not a public figure. And he basically communicated that the only reason she has her job in the White House is because, hey, that's what Republican women are good for, right? Wink, wink, that's how they get their jobs in politics. I think he's a disgusting coward.
He didn't say that specifically, clear, but your intimation is what you think happened. Go ahead.
Well, if you're arguing that he could have had any other possible meaning, I don't know how you would conclude anything other. You heard the crowd. They were in there clapping like seals. Now, the Party of Women likes to tell us that, you know, we're here for women's rights and we're going to promote women. And then you've got one of their leading candidates for president out dragging an unknown woman who's gone off to serve her government through the mud, insinuating that the only possible reason she could have a job in politics is because she's a concubine for a politician. It's disgusting. He went on MS Now and got asked about it, and he wouldn't defend it.
Get out of here.
He wouldn't defend it. He was a coward for not defending it. He's willing to do it in a scripted rally, but he's not willing to defend it after the fact. It's despicable.
Ashley?
I mean, all this sort of fake outrage just really infuriates.
It's not fake,
me.
I can assure you.
It is. I mean,
is not
especially
fake.
when the president.
You don't put words in my mouth. It's not fake.
She
No,
let
but you're
you
putting
speak.
words in
And she
Ossoff's
said I had
mouth. He
fake
never
outrage.
suggested-
I am really.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Ashley, please
Sure.
speak.
He
Scott,
never
please
s-
listen to what she has to say. We all respected when you had the platform. Ashley, go ahead.
Ossoff
didn't
never
insult her.
suggested that Republican women only get jobs if they're sleeping with their principal. He never suggested anything to that degree. What he said was that they seem to be together quite often, which is a statement of fact. The real reality is the reason why you guys are taking this stuff so personally is because you believe there's probably some level of truth to it, especially given the principle we're talking about here. But here's the thing that really upsets me most is the level of outrage from the White House about a staffer. Okay, there's always that staffer. I've worked in 2 White Houses. There's always a staffer really close to the principal. But you don't have that same level of outrage for sailors on a ship who've been out to sea for months on end and are jumping off trying to commit suicide. I mean, that's really where you lose people, and that's where you lose me with this fake outrage, Scott. I mean, that's what's despicable. Not pointing out that the staffer spends a lot of time with the principal.
So you said every White House has
there's
someone like
always
this. Who was Joe Biden's female that hung around all the time?
Well, some would say Anita would spend a lot of time with him. That
And are
Kate
you
Bedingfield,
insinuating they were there for a
I
reason?
wouldn't. No, but I would.
You just said it
not
happens all the time.
No, I'm saying there's always a staffer that's close to the principal, that wants to be close to the principal, and so
You know
all
what
that
he's doing.
Ossoff said is they spend a lot of time together. You took it there. You made the statement about
No,
Republican
he
women.
took it there.
He never said
Here's
that.
the deal. He's been in the Senate since 21. He's had dozens of female staffers ranging from intern all the way up to senior staff positions. What if I walked out here tonight and read a list of their names and said, here's such and such, here's her title, and boy, it sure is interesting that she hangs out with John Ossoff so much. I wonder why. Oh, she looks pretty nice. I wonder why he did that. What if I did that? You would be outraged at me.
You know why? Because
it's ridiculous.
Ossoff
and you know
Ossoff would not
It's
respond the way that
ridiculous.
the president responded, nor the White House.
It's
they
ridiculous.
actually gave it more credibility, the way that they responded.
So you're okay with this?
No, I'm saying it was a statement of fact. But I'm
tell
saying
you.
my problem with you is that the outrage that you have on this particular issue versus an issue that really deserves the attention of the entire nation, which is the health and safety of our service members
We have not
that
even
are out
raised
at
that
war.
topic tonight.
But I'm just telling you. I'm saying
We have not raised
you
that
have
topic.
a choice.
You're pivoting
you have a
away.
choice to be outraged,
You're
and you're
pivoting
selectively
away.
outraged.
You're pivoting away from
I'm
a
not.
clear,
I'm saying-
despicable
I'm
attack.
saying
You're a female staffer who climbed to the highest levels of politics. If someone insinuated that you had only done that because of sexual relations with a politician, you would be outraged, and I'd be outraged.
No, I would
for
be
you.
outraged if the White House responded the way they did. That's what
By
I would be
defending
outraged.
you?
No, by name calling, they didn't defend her. That wasn't a defense.
Yes,
of her.
they did.
They didn't say, you know what, she's qualified.
She is
spent her
qualified.
time. She's gone to college. She's got degrees. They didn't say that. They started calling Ossoff names. So that's
deserves
not how you defend women.
He deserves
That's not how you defend.
You mean like the way that
He
CNN
deserves
defends
it.
the attacks against our female journalists who are
Exactly. I was
simply in
about
the
to
place
say.
and doing their jobs and are routinely attacked as recently as yesterday? Imagine. Stand by, everyone. It's your turn at home to drive the conversation. We've been getting your texts and questions all hour long. Remember, you can send them to us just by texting 818-972-7272. The panel will be back to take them right after this, and maybe some kumbayas. Let's get to your election questions now. And a reminder, if you got a question, text me, 818-972-7272. And be sure to include your first name and city or state. My panel is back with me. We got Rodney from Arlington, Texas. He asks, does Byron Donald have a better chance to win if he distanced himself from Trump? Well, I say Mark because you already answered the question. What do you think?
Absolutely not. You dance with them, that brung you. If he does that, Florida still has a plurality of Republicans over Democrats. They're still Trump voters. It would be perceived as highly disloyal. The media would be all over him. It would be a nightmare.
And what would Trump do? Just leaving aside, forget the voters, what would Trump do?
Right.
It wouldn't be good for you. No,
All
no.
right. Well, Sam from Sonoma, California asked this question. What does the survival of Reps Wasserman Schultz and Moskowitz in their primaries say about the broader Israel rift in the Democratic Party? Who wants to take it? Lulu?
I mean, I think it's I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that they that
those
they
are
won
very
their
Jewish
districts,
districts.
and they're very
Those are very Jewish districts.
and so I don't think it says anything.
I think overall in Florida tonight we took out the trash. Corey Mills got beat. That was a good thing. The anti-Semites got beat in several places. Bilzerian got beat. Fishback got beat. These Democratic socialists that came down and ran against Moskowitz and Debbie Wasserman Schultz only because they believe that Israel has a right to exist. They got beat. I think we took out a lot of trash in Florida tonight. And you know what? That's a good thing.
Well, we'll see what people think. Dwayne from LA asked this question. Republicans like Scott Jennings are, oh, interesting, you're right there. Republicans like Scott Jennings are setting themselves up for failure, trying to lean on the DSA angle instead of actually looking at reality economy is horrible. What do you think, Scott?
Well, I'm not leaning on the DSA. The Democrats are leaning on them. Democrats are the ones who've invited them into their big tent. And I would argue that Democrats are going to regret putting people who want to destroy Western civilization in the tent. Plus, there's an economic argument to be had with them. They want to destroy the economy and the United States of America as we know it. They want to raise your taxes, and they want to do a lot of things that a lot of Americans aren't going to like. And Republicans can have that debate even in an environment where people think things are too expensive. Throwing it up against a socialist platform, that actually, I think, works to Republican advantage when you have such extreme radicals running on the other side.
Give a comment?
No, I don't think the Democratic Party is embracing DSA. I mean, we're having an internal battle about the direction and the future of the Democratic Party as it stands right now. You've got the leadership of the party that's actually all out rejecting. You just saw, Jeffries on Meet the Press just this past Sunday, rejecting Medicare for All and a lot of the policies that the DSA represents. So it's not an embrace of DSA by the Democratic Party. Now, I do believe that the Democratic Party needs to go through some level of transformation. We've seen over the past 25 years where the Republican Party's gone through 3 iterations, from the Tea Party to the Freedom Caucus and now MAGA. And with each one of them, they've tactically, strategically gotten stronger and won more races. We've not had that transformation. I'm not saying it's an embrace of socialism, but there has to be some movement and some innovation within the Democratic Party.
I'm going to go to Georgia. Carol from Marietta asked this question. How much of the black vote is estimated to go to Byron Donalds? Can he really win the governor's race in Florida without the black vote? Mark, you want to take it?
Yeah, he can. 14% of the registered voters in Florida are African American. Generally, a Republican wins the state by carrying about 60% of the white vote, usually just getting destroyed among black voters. And then they sort of split around the Hispanic vote, so to speak, which is also divided between Cuban and non-Cuban Hispanics.
All right, well, November is straight ahead. Thank you, everyone. Still ahead. I'll take you inside the story I've been covering wall to wall all week and will be for the duration of the trial, the murder trial of Tupac Shakur. And there's one witness we have to talk about because the jury was hanging on his every word.
Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not finna send him to prison. I don't want to send him to prison. Sure. Even though we don't like each other. Sure. I don't want to send you to prison.
That was one of Suge Knight's former security heads, James McDonald, who worked at a nightclub where Tupac Shakur was supposed to perform the night he was shot in Las Vegas. And he's telling the defendant, Keefe D., accused of being the shot caller, not the one who pulled the trigger, of Tupac Shakur, I don't want to send you to prison. The prosecution had a clear goal today, to demonstrate a personal feud between defendant Keefe D. and his Southside Crips versus Tupac and Suge Knight, who were associated with a rival gang called Mob Pyro. McDonald testified about street code, saying that he believed Tupac inherited the beef between Suge Knight's Death Row and Sean Diddy Combs' Bad Boy Records. But he made it very clear that he did not want to be there testifying today. He was subpoenaed. He was not voluntarily appearing. And at one point, when he was questioned by the defense, things got really tense.
Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't
Is it
answer
a yes
that
or no?
without a what you call them. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing. I don't know what he's talking about. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not finna send him to prison. You are.
Remember, that was the prosecution's witness that was called today, and that was a cross-examination by the defense counsel. Today, the jury also saw some very graphic images of Tupac's body from his autopsy, including these pictures of the body bag and the bullet fragment that was removed from his body. But remember, prosecutors are not alleging that Keefe D. actually shot Tupac Shakur. They say that he was the person who sought vengeance against the two men for beating up Keefe D's nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, at the MGM after the Mike Tyson fight, all in retaliation for an earlier incident miles away where one rival gang member took the necklace off another. They still, though, need the prosecutors to show the jury evidence specifically tying Keefe D. to the crime. And spoiler alert, it involves his own words because he wrote a memoir. He's given interview after interview. I'll be back tomorrow covering the trial for CNN All Access. Just go to the QR code on your screen to get there. Also, it's available on Amazon Prime and HLN. All right, hey, it's it for me tonight. Here comes Alex Michelson, and the story is...